Is there anything you want to say about that?
I had somebody pass away, so I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. And didn't mean.
Can you expand what you mean by you were at the wrong place at the wrong time?
Well, I didn't mean to like drink and drive. I was just going through a lot of grief with my boyfriend passing away.
And I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. And I don't want to be dismissive of your loss, right? But I'm assuming in the future things could happen, stressors, things that cause a lot of emotion, right?
Yeah.
How do you plan on dealing with those issues moving forward?
Just going to class, get some help, like somebody that can help me in class and go
Like what kind of classes are you talking about?
like AA classes.
Do you think you have an alcohol problem?
No,
And why not?
because I don't drink like that all the time.
How were you drinking then?
Just like every weekend,
And how much would you have?
couple of beers.
And then drive?
Yeah. I wouldn't drive all the time, just sometimes.
Okay. Do you think that that's concerning?
Yeah.
And I do show DUIs dating back to 2016, so it looks like this has been going on for some time. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Was it all alcohol related or were there drugs?
Just alcohol.
It looks like in at least one of these incidents, you at least sideswiped, you hit a vehicle, right? Is there anything you want to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
No.
So I'm guessing if you don't think you have an alcohol problem, and I guess I shouldn't assume, but if you don't think you have an alcohol problem, you probably don't think you need treatment. Is that right?
Yeah.
But you mentioned AA, so can you kind of
So like I would get a
clarify that for me?
I would get a sponsor to just go to class to AA and just try to stay away from drinking as much as possible. Find a job and take care of my kids. Just do good.
So you do want to stay away from alcohol?
Yeah.
And I do show you completed substance use treatment.
Yeah.
What did you
It
think of
helped
that?
me a lot.
And how did it help you?
Just thinking errors wise.
What do you think some of your thinking errors were?
Drinking and driving, and just making the wrong choice. Hanging out with the wrong crew.
So ma'am, part of this hearing is obviously to talk about what happened, right, in the offense, but it's also to talk about the future, what your plans are, how you see success, right?
Mhm.
And how things may be the same or different moving forward. So how do you see things moving forward? How do you see things either being the same or different moving forward?
I see things as just trying to stay away from making the wrong decisions as possible, and going to work and to getting a sponsor and going to class and just using the skills that I got from Elevate.
All right, ma'am, in regards to release plans, I showed that you'd like to live with your brother in West Valley and work in housekeeping or a desk job. Is that still the plan?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're paroled, a year from now, 5 years from now? Kind of paint me a picture. What do you see as success? What are you hoping for your future moving forward?
Owning my own business,
What kind of business would you like to own?
online catering or doing braiding hair,
That's good.
barber shop, working at the salon, I mean.
Good. Any other aspirations or goals that you have?
Going to college and finishing business classes.
It's good. Have you already started some classes here at the prison? I know that they
No.
offer some classes, okay. But I know you were in substance use treatment too, so that
Yeah.
might have been difficult. And you have no disciplinary violations, ma'am, which is really good. Any other programming that you've completed that you would like the board to know about?
No.
All right, ma'am, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing in about 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. It's not immediate, it still takes time, but faster on the website than the mail, and someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for that decision. I note your guideline, ma'am, is 31 months or June 20th, 2025. That date's calculated based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, but the board ultimately decides, okay. They will make note of that guideline, and I'm making note of it here, but I want you to understand the board can go below that date, they can go above that date, they can do the same date. They ultimately decide what happens moving forward. And I showed the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is September 21st, 2028. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
No.
Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I've made notes of everything we've been talking about, and we'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Miss Megan Anderson, offender number 259806. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin?
Yes, I think it said I had 3 disciplinaries after my original board hearing, which was in August 27th of last year. I've only had 2 disciplinaries. That doesn't make it any better, but still,
And I
it is
appreciate.
something that I wanted to correct.
Okay. And I appreciate you letting me know that. So ma'am, just to tell you how today's going to go, this is a shortened hearing. It's a more condensed hearing than your original hearing.
Right.
I'm not going to be going into your offenses necessarily. Basically, I'm going to be going over procedurally how we got to this hearing, the rescission itself, if you're released, what that would look like. And then, of course, I'll give you the final word. And I'll also be making notes the whole time, just so you know of
Okay,
what we're
sounds
talking about.
good.
So it looks like an original hearing happened in August, like you said.
Yes.
Parole was granted for March 18th, 2025 with cognitive behavioral therapy and residential substance use contingencies. You were also ordered to the halfway house women's program.
Mhm.
And a special attention in December of last year, the department noted you had pending disciplinaries, which you just spoke about. It noted that you had some substance use, you were screened for substance use treatment, and that based on your levels that you were not eligible at that time,
Mhm.
and that you would be reviewed again in 90 days.
Mhm.
You had also expressed concern that if you were required to participate in the women's program at Orange Street, that you feared you would relapse. The
Yes.
board rescinded your parole date and scheduled a rescission hearing. So kind of tell me, kind of tell me a little bit about that.
So about the write-ups per se, one of the write-ups, I would like to encourage you to look at my drug test for that write-up. My drug test came up negative. I was in an 8-man cell when that write-up occurred. And so by policy and procedure, if it is in your cell, person, or property, then you can be charged with an A13. But my drug test confirms that I was not using. There was 2 other females with me in that cell, and I wasn't aware of what they had put in the trash. I was aware of what
What
they were
was it in the
doing. It was a tutor with Suboxone, and my drug test came out negative, and I asked for the drug test to be conducted because I was afraid I would get charged with it, and they did charge me with a guilty verdict. I am appealing that the verdict, even though it says in policy and procedure it was in my cell. And then I am guilty, but I was not aware that they had put it in the trash like right then, because they had seen the M-cert coming up. And so that had resulted in that write-up, and I was like, come on, guys, take it, but they didn't want to take it. So it's not really something I could do about that.
Okay.
But the other one, I do take full accountability. That was I shouldn't have been passing like I did, like those pills like I was.
So kind of expand on that a little bit for me. You were passing,
A girl wanted me to pass pills and I didn't reject, and they caught me in the middle of her passing them to me. I didn't take them, but I did pass. I was going to pass them. But I on the Orange Street contingency, I am worried about that because that's right next to where I used to be all the time. I used to be in Glendale, which is right around the corner. And I'm worried about my my sobriety if I do go there. I do have other options that I've been looking into. I have my brother, he's very supportive of me and he wants me to interstate compact to Montana. And I've been applying to rehabs. I had a whole folder with everything and I totally forgot it.
that's okay. You're welcome to tell me about it. And you're also welcome to, if you would like to, at the end of this hearing, send that information to the board as well. And you are always welcome to do that.
Okay.
But you
um,
said, sounds like, so I'm assuming your brother lives in Montana.
Yeah,
right?
he lives in Bozeman, and I've applied to 4 different rehabs in Bozeman, but they all stated that I had to be a Montana resident to be entered in those rehabs. So my alternative option was to look into rehabs here. I've been waiting on my case manager said he would send me a application for Wasatch Crest because I'm trying to stay away from Salt Lake. And Wasatch Crest is located in Heber. And my second option is Golden Steps Recovery, which is in Logan, because I've heard good reviews about that one. But I haven't gotten the applications to either one yet.
But ma'am, I do appreciate that it sounds like you're taking this seriously, that you're looking into programs
Yes.
and that you have taken those steps, which I think is a very good thing.
Yes, and I discussed with Lieutenant Gaiman that I would like to be in treatment, and so he put me in the Elevate program, and
Are you currently in the elevator?
I just got in 2 days ago, and I would like to ask for if I am contingent upon it, I would like to not ask to be contingent on completing, but upon participation, because my original date was in March. And so I don't think that more time would be beneficial to me. But I do believe treatment is beneficial. So if I could get into a rehab from here, I'm not against treatment at all whatsoever. I do believe I need it. And I'm proactive in finding an option for me. But I do not believe treatment in prison is, would be beneficial just because there's so much going on around me, and I'm trying to get out of the gang life. I'm trying to get out of everybody that I know. I'm trying to cut off all connections. I want to move forward, not backwards.
So are you gang affiliated?
No, I have friends that are associated with gangs. I am marked as TG in the system, but I am not a gang member. I just am affiliated, or not affiliated, but associate.
So just so help me clarify, because I obviously don't want to misunderstand. It sounds like you eventually would like to live with your brother in Montana,
Yes.
but then maybe initially that wouldn't work.
Mhm.
So initially, a residential substance use treatment facility here in Utah, and then
Yes.
maybe looking into an interstate compact or
Yeah.
something like
So
that.
after I complete the residential substance abuse treatment here in Utah, then I would have completed my contingencies here in Utah for the Board of Pardons, at least the contingencies that I have now. And I've already completed MRT, by the way. But and then I would move to Montana, and my brother has housing and everything set up for me over there.
And I'm assuming it's a sober household.
Yes. Yeah, he's very supportive of me. He doesn't want me to screw up whatsoever. He's definitely put his hand out for me.
That's
and I
good. Sounds like
appreciate
you
it.
have a good support system. That's good.
Yes.
And you mentioned MRT. What do you think of that program?
I liked it, actually. I kind of didn't want to leave. I was like, I'm graduating, but I'll still be here in spirit.
Anything in particular you learned or thought was helpful?
I just like the relationship circles, because it really helped me pinpoint some things that I needed to work on. And also like the best of times and worst of times, I kind of realized I really haven't had a lot of best of times. So I want to make it a point to have more best of times. Because yeah, I think that would be more beneficial to get out there and actually have a sober life. Because one of my best of times was my 21st birthday with my brother, for example, and I was sober at that time. And it wasn't very long lived, but it was one of my best nights of my life, I guess you could say.
And sounds like you have a lot that you are working towards and that you have thought about, which is really good.
Yes.
And I appreciate your insight, ma'am. I do show some disciplinaries, like you said, you address the substance use. Do you also, I show an assault from August?
Yeah, that was before I had seen the board the first time. And I have been working on my anger issues, and I've been able to identify situations where I just need to walk away. And I've been able to do that, and I'm progressing in a positive manner. Yeah, ever since I got out of, I've completed the hustle program, when I was in close custody, and I thought that was very beneficial, and I seen a lot of things that I liked in those books that I completed.
Good.
And I completed with honors, and they gave me 3 credits towards Southern Utah University, I think it was.
Are you planning on continuing an education? Is that?
Yes, I do. I want to go into journalism. I love writing, and I want to write a book one day, and I think that journalism, at first, like for magazines or stuff like that, would be a very good career for me. And my brother, he wants to help me get into selling life insurance policies, because that's what he does, was one of his jobs. So
Good.
yeah.
All right, ma'am, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. It still takes time. It's not immediate, but faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you.
Awesome.
I note your guideline is 24 months or March 23rd, 2025. But just so you know, that's just a suggestion. The board could go below that, above that, same date they decide.
Okay.
The expiration of your sentence being the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is March 2nd, 2039. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself? Or
No, Your Honor, thank you.
well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I'm making notes of everything you said. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Anthony Ortega, offender number 252804. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and you can put your hand down now. Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing, sir?
I do.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections that I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over a description of your offenses. I'll go a little bit more in detail into that when I get into that part of this hearing. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, to let me know, okay? So I show a special attention happened in August of 2023. The original hearing was continued till now. The board noted prior to this hearing that they expected you to complete all available and recommended residential substance use treatment and cognitive behavioral therapy, moral recognition therapy, or its equivalent at a minimum, and to remain case action plan compliant. The court ordered restitution in cases numbers 2019-13703, 2217-00234, 2217-00814, 2117-01935, 2117-01940, 2117-01950, and 2215-00100 to the opposite state debt collection. They returned cases 2014-03262 and 2214-01011 to the trial court for determination and sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. In an earned time credit decision in December of last year, it was noted that you completed your high school diploma. Is that all sound procedurally correct, sir? Okay. Sir, usually at this point of the hearing, in an original hearing, I go over each of the offenses and I give a brief description of each one of them. Sir, I'm sure you're aware, based on the sheer number of your offenses, I just don't, and the length of this hearing, I just don't have time for that.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to kind of summarize all of them very briefly. It seems like they are all related to vehicle burglaries, of which there are many, right? And thefts. So we have that element, so I definitely want to talk about that. I also saw some evading where you were driving over 100 miles an hour in a couple of cases, and you had firearms and drugs. You also entered a victim's residence when you were being chased. So like I said, I can't go over all of them individually, but those are some of the things that happened in those offenses. Is that right?
Yes.
So kind of give me some insight in what you'd like to say about these offenses.
I have a little something I read out right here. Is that okay?
Perfect. Read that. Yeah.
This time incarcerated has taught me many valuable lessons that, to be honest, I might never have learned otherwise. I have had a long time to sit with myself and get to the roots of my actions and behaviors. The common thread that most of the time, reflecting led to was pain. I have known pain for most of my life, but never really understood how to deal with pain. This led to my addiction from a very young age, which led to stunting my emotional growth and belief that I didn't deserve to be happy. This in turn made me hurt people out of spite and anguish. Finally realizing this, I have been able to take full accountability for my actions, and through programming and wisdom of real friends, begin to heal and grow past that pain. I'm almost graduated from Achieve Recovery. I've earned my high school diploma and found sobriety in a very difficult time in my life. My sense of self-worth has grown to make me believe I deserve more than I have ever given myself.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying, sir.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate that you prepared that. It shows that you're obviously taking this very seriously and that you really thought about that prior to this hearing. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But obviously I do want to discuss some of the stuff that led to this, right? Because it looks like it within a couple year period, as I remember, it was continuous. Is
Yeah.
that fair?
Yeah.
So tell me, and you mentioned pain. So tell me, and drug use. So tell me what you think your risks are.
I believe my risks for the most part would be my environment that I would be surrounded in.
And can you expand on that a little bit for me?
So when I was released from Odyssey House, this last time I got out, I was incarcerated for a couple months in ADC. to be honest with you, I had no intention of trying to recover. You know, like I said, I was still very deep in that addiction of mine with meth and heroin. And I wasn't prepared for that change, you know, and I think that led me, like I said, I only lasted a couple minutes in the Odyssey house. I took off running, and then next thing you know, it started all over again. The drugs, the crimes, so nothing really changed past that point for me being incarcerated.
So it sounds like you're saying that's different from now. Am I right in that
Yeah,
interpretation?
I've absolutely changed. Like I've grown, I've changed my whole outlook on life. I've changed my thought patterns. I don't hang out with the same crowd anymore.
And why do you think, and these are good things, right? But
Yeah.
why do you think that's occurred? Because it sounds like you previously maybe had some access to treatment and it didn't work out. So now why do you think your mindset has changed now?
To be honest, I've just grown up, you know. I was young. I was I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm starting to get a little emotional.
And I realize I'm asking difficult questions, sir, so I appreciate your insight, okay?
Yeah, the why is now I'm just older, and I've come to understand myself a lot more, and I want a better life for myself. To be completely honest with you, like I'm not trying to sit here and do this till I'm 40, 50 years old, the same thing over and over again. I've got a family out there that I know needs me, and I haven't been there for them this last couple of years, you know, and it saddens me to my core. I know I'm better than this, and I wouldn't have all these charges if I wasn't addicted to drugs, you know.
So it sounds
Not
like
that
a lot of your actions you contribute to substance use.
Absolutely. I wouldn't have these, I know for a fact I wouldn't have any of these charges if I wasn't addicted to drugs.
And one of the things as part of your pre-sentence investigation, obviously victims are allowed to provide statements, right? And I have reviewed all of those. And some of them, talked about wanting your sobriety, right? That they hoped that you would get sober and that they wanted the best for you. One of the ones I did find concerning was one of the vehicle burglaries. It sounds like you had left some needles and that some of the victims' children found those, right? Obviously, that's concerning, right? Is there anything you want to say about that?
To be honest with you, I don't really recall leaving any needles because I didn't really have anything on me when I was doing those activities, so I can't recall
Okay.
even doing that, which it might be true. I don't know, to be honest with you, but like I said, I'm saddened and I'm disgusted with myself that that's even come to be, you know.
But it is, part of this hearing, right, is to talk about these offenses, right? But it is to talk about your future. And it sounds like there's things that you really want differently.
Absolutely.
And that, you said you quote unquote want a better life for yourself.
Yeah.
So tell me what that looks like.
Well, I want to further my education,
What are you thinking of going into?
automotive, construction.
Good.
I want to be an entrepreneur.
It's good.
I want to be a personal trainer. I work out a lot. I get a lot of exercise. I read a lot of books. Like I said, I don't hang out with the same crowd I used to when I first came in prison. I've totally changed just my whole environment. Like I choose who I want around me now. I choose what I say and how I say it. Like I'm very decisive with what I do. Now, back then I used to be really impulsive. I had a lot of anger built up, and it's led me to nothing but problems.
Do you think you've talked about some of those issues that you're?
Yeah, with my one-on-one therapist, I have talked a lot about a lot of those issues.
Okay. It's good. Do you plan on continuing that moving forward?
Yeah. Absolutely. Unfortunately, they won't let me start VTs because I'm in active treatment. So once I graduate the Achieve Recovery program, I think next month I should be able to get back into VTs. I should start my VTs.
You said you would graduate Next month?
Yeah, I should graduate. My last class for Achieve Recovery should be March 4th.
And what did you think of that class?
A lot of it was, I don't know, what's the word, monotonous and tedious. I did learn a lot of insight,
And it's okay.
like on my thought patterns and how, my thoughts lead to my behaviors. I learned a lot about that stuff.
So was that helpful?
Absolutely.
Do you think after this program that you need continuing substance use treatment?
Absolutely.
Okay. How do you see that? Do you see that as outpatient? Do you see that as inpatient? Do you see that as NA or AA, or how do you see treatment?
I think some outpatient would be good for me. I want to stay in a sober environment, a crowd. It's that the worst thing that could happen to me is if I'm put into the same environment I left in, So
How would you describe your current mental health, sir?
it's good. It's great.
It's good.
I'm able to talk about my feelings now. Back then, I never used to be able to. When I first got arrested, I didn't really understand the gravity of what I've done, It's, for some reason, I thought it was okay to hurt other people because I was hurting, Now I've come to realize like that's not right. Like I said, I just look back and I don't know, I'm just really disgusted with what I've done, Because to me, like now that I've been sober for so long, like to me, it's really cowardly. To me, like I said, I wouldn't have done all these activities and behaviors if I wasn't just trying to get the money to get drugs.
Was that the
Because
primary motivation for the vehicle?
Absolutely, I couldn't maintain a job, I didn't have an ID. I had multiple felony warrants. I didn't see any other way to just keep going and just wait till I got caught, and that's really unfortunate. But now, like I said, I've totally changed my whole demeanor, my whole outlook on life.
It's good, sir.
It took me a while, like it took me a long time. I got arrested in March of 22, and I've been reflecting that whole time,
And it sounds like when we're talking about change, one of the other things that's changed is support. It sounds like you're mentioning now having your support
Yeah.
system. It sounds like that wasn't there before. Is that right?
I would like to believe it wasn't there. I mean, it might have been, but like I said, at the beginning of this meeting, I didn't want to change the last time, I had no intention on becoming sober. I didn't want to. I wasn't ready for that change. It was uncomfortable for me and I wasn't ready for it.
Okay. Are you currently taking any mental health medication, sir?
No, I'm taking nortriptyline for my back because I messed my back up working out.
Is that something that was recent?
No, it's been about 7 or 8 months.
And is that being addressed with the medication?
Yeah.
I do show a disciplinary from February 2024 for substance use. Obviously, that's a year without one, which is good. But do you want to address that issue, sir?
Yeah, during that time, I just barely got over the green. Like I said, it was the environment's totally changed because everybody that I knew that was using drugs at that time, they're all gone now, and like I said, I've had time to reflect. I've been sober since then, since that day.
What were you using?
Meth. It was meth, and like I said, it was just right when I first got over there. I wasn't in the program yet. I was frustrated because I wasn't in the program yet. Like I felt like I was just sitting there, just being a stalemate. Like I couldn't talk to the therapist because I wasn't in treatment. They wouldn't allow me to talk to anybody. So I was just really frustrated, and that's just kind of how I lashed out.
So you're talking about obviously stressors. How do you plan on dealing with stressors moving forward?
I take a look back, and I have to tell myself that this is what this leads to. Every time I want to decide, I want to go get high, and I think I'm entitled to getting high and hurting people. And I use my coping skills that I have now,
Okay.
my thought replacements, my behavior chains, and all that stuff.
Okay. All right, so in regards to release plans, I showed that you'd like to go to a sober living and working construction. Is that still the plan?
Yes.
Do you have a specific sober living that you were looking into?
Me and my family are looking one for one right now, and my therapist.
Okay. All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. Just so you know, it's not immediate. It still takes time. But it's faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you and tell you what that decision is. I note your guidelines, sir. That's a calculated date based on a number of factors. Obviously, one of them being your offenses is 46 months or August 12th, 2025. But I want you to understand the board ultimately decides, right? They can go below that date, above that date, same date. They decide what happens moving forward, but they will look at the date, so I will make note of it. And then with the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is November 14th, 2037. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I made notes of everything we've been talking about. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Henry Olson, offender number 252048. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you mind getting a little closer to the microphone? It's being recorded. I just want to make sure we can hear you.
Course.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Absolutely.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No, ma'am.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, we're going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to give a brief description of the offense. The longer version was in that pre-sentence investigation. And ask you for any comments. We'll go over the sex offender treatment program memo. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, to let me know, okay?
Okay.
And also, I would note you have support here. I'll state that for the record. The board will know. And I will be making notes the whole time. I am listening. I'm making notes of what we're talking about, okay? So it looks like a special attention happened in January of 2023. The board continued the original hearing till now with sex offender treatment program memo. They noted prior to this hearing that they expected you to complete all recommended sex offender treatment and to remain case action plan compliant. They returned case 191911614 to the trial court for restitution determination and forwarded to the Office of State Debt Collection. In earned time credit decision in last month, it was noted that you completed the sex offender treatment program. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to your offense, I show case 191911614. I show on September 27, 2019, the victim and her mother reported a rape. The victim reported in March 2018 she began a sexual relationship with her high school debate coach, Mr. Olson. That relationship ended in August or September of 2018. On March 3rd, 2018, he took her and other students to his mother's business following a debate tournament. He provided her with alcohol beverages. He tried to sexually assault her. On another occasion, he again provided her alcohol. He sexually assaulted her. He raped her. This happened at least twice more. When he was confronted, he blamed the victim. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
Just that having had a lot of time to reflect, I initially was really upset when all of this began. I personally had viewed the relationship as consensual at the time. But then now, having gone through this court hearing process, having heard Ms. Callahan speak, I have just come to recognize how much damage I caused to her and her family. And I just want to spend the rest of my life trying to do what I can to live a better life and one that enhances everyone around me and the communities that I belong to instead of detracting.
So I have quite a few questions about the offense, sir.
course.
And it's a really concerning offense, right? You were in a position of authority, right? You were an adult. She was a minor. You said that you thought it was consensual, realizing that she was did you know obviously that she was a minor?
Yes, I knew that she was a minor. My understanding at the time of the law was that there was an age gap where it fell into that being legal. And when I say consensual, I apologize as well. What I mean more is that the physical acts were consensual and not so much that she was legally able to give consent. So I recognized that she was a minor. And yeah, it was just,
And obviously your
Very-
position of authority
Yes,
too,
that
right?
too.
What have you gained how has that changed for you? Do you still see it the same way you did when you first were arrested?
absolutely not.
And how has that changed and why?
Yeah, the very first, when I heard her speak at my pre-sentencing hearing, I had realized how much damage I had caused. Initially, that kind of broke me, if we're being completely honest. After I was released, I spent about 2 weeks just in bed, unable to get up, unable to reconcile the way that I viewed myself as a kind and compassionate person with the person who would hurt someone so badly. And then started therapy, both sex offense therapy while I was on pretrial, as well as personal relations therapy. I was diagnosed as autistic.
And I believe you noted that in your board packet.
Yes. And so I spent a lot of time trying to figure out why it was that I related to her in that situation and why it was that I related to younger individuals at the time, and trying to figure out how to bring my communication and my emotional alignment with somebody who was more of my own age. And then after pretrial, I was sentenced to prison after 2 years of going through all of that therapy. And now, having gone through the program here as well, I've really had to confront all of the decision-making processes back then, why I thought certain things were appropriate, why I thought it was okay, and overall why most of my relationships had struggled up to that point as well. I also participated in a lot of family counseling with my support system, and trying to figure out how to just better relate to everyone around me. I recognize now that regardless of whether or not even she did consent at that point in time, how my position of authority would have influenced her behavior and choices, which is something that I honestly had not considered at the time. I just didn't think about it, and I know that that might sound trite, but it's the truth. And now just being confronted with that as well and realizing just how controlling and difficult that probably was for her, I have changed absolutely everything about the way that I live my life.
Okay. And I realize I'm asking difficult questions.
Of course.
So I appreciate your insight. What do you see as your risks moving forward?
Well, moving forward, one of the larger risks, at least interpersonally, is, and one of the major things that I've been working on inside of SOTP with my counselor, as well as my counselors on the outside, is just how to have a healthy relationship, a healthy adult relationship, and how to really interact, not just with romantic partners, but with everyone in my life, how to communicate my emotions better, how to come to understand other people's perspectives a lot more. I also started taking medication when I was on the outside. It's called oxytocin, sorry. It's in a more experimental phase for people who are autistic, but it helps us to bond a lot better with other people, which is something that I felt like I was lacking at that point in time. And ever since I've started those processes and practices, I've been able to build some really healthy, wonderful relationships with my family and some of my friends on the outside who have supported me through this process. And I'm looking forward to putting those into practice. I also want to join several support groups when I get out of here, for people who are adults with autism, for example. And then, of course, the support process through aftercare for those who have committed sex offenses. And I really look forward to connecting with people and putting the things that I've learned here into practice.
And I might come back to some of those
Of course.
things, but I want to make sure, sir, this hearing's being live streamed.
Okay.
I don't know who's listening right now.
Yes.
But if the victim were listening, is there anything you'd like to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
Absolutely. And I'm sorry, I might get emotional while speaking on this. I don't want to ever say what she may be going through. I don't want to put that on her. But I recognize that an offense like this can cause so much harm and damage to not just the person who is the recipient of it, but to their family and to the communities that they belong to. And I have spent now 5 years kind of considering and trying to figure out what it is exactly I would say if I had the opportunity to do so. And even now, the words don't really come. And just that I am truly sorry. And if there was anything I could do to take it back or to help, I would.
And sir, one of the things and I don't think that you're saying this, but I just want to make sure I clarify, right? Because I don't want to assume things.
Of course.
If you are paroled, I've never seen the board grant parole without some kind of no victim contact
Of course.
condition. Would you abide by that?
Yeah, absolutely. I meant more in the context of restitution or anything.
And I assume that's what you meant, but I always want to clarify. Okay.
Of course.
Okay. When is the last time you had contact with the victim? Was it
It was back in 2019, I believe.
like during maybe a court hearing or something like that, or the offense?
Oh, if we're talking about last time I saw her, it was during a court hearing, and that would have been back in 2021 when I was sentenced.
But it sounds like you haven't tried to contact the victim.
No, ma'am. I was on pretrial for 2 years and had an ankle monitor, and there was no contact order during that period of time as well. So,
Okay. All right, sir, I want to make sure I get to the discharge summary, the sex offender discharge summary. Do you remember receiving that, sir?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before I go into specifics, it was pretty brief, but is there anything you'd like to say about it first?
No, I guess if you have any specific questions, I'm an open book. But
So it just noted that you had completed treatment, which I definitely want to hear about treatment, but it noted your risk level as an average risk range. It said that you completed the core program, that additional group therapy may be something that you should look into. The writer recommended that you continue in individual therapy as well with a practitioner approved by the Sex Offender Task Force. What do you think of those recommendations?
they make absolute sense. I have already been in contact with a therapist on the outside who is approved through the SOTP task force.
Was that the counseling letter that I received?
Yes, ma'am. From Matt Vicario. I'm already scheduled for treatment with him. So people are always released from prison on Tuesdays. So we actually have a standing appointment already set up for that first Tuesday whenever it is that I get out of here. He's holding it for me.
All right, so let's talk about sex offender treatment. Anything in particular that you learned that you think will be helpful moving forward?
Absolutely. I was really lucky to have the counselor that I had who was really patient and understanding with my condition and the process. And the main thing that we really talked about was just focusing on how to form those healthy relationships. We put a lot of that into practice while I've still been in here. Obviously, I don't have the same kind of contact with my family or friends that I would like to. But I called my mother regularly, and we put a lot of those relationship building skills into practice and tested a lot of that out. My father as well, my stepfather, my best friend. That's really what our major focus was. Realizing that the offense was committed in large part because of difficulties relating to others, and being able to empathically understand what somebody else might be feeling. I can understand when someone tells me what a feeling was, that was no problem, but being able to really understand what my behaviors might cause if I enacted them was difficult for me sometimes to understand from other people's perspectives. So we focused a lot on that as well, a lot of empathy building skills.
It sounds like you've taken a lot of the things that you were taught and applied them and thought about them, which is really good.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned aftercare. You mentioned going with already setting up an appointment. Do you think you need those things? Do you think they will be beneficial to you moving forward?
I think that they will, of course, be beneficial. I'm sure that you all get this a lot, but I'm relatively confident in my ability to succeed while on parole, and to be able to contribute to my community around me. But I don't think that additional therapy is necessarily ever a bad thing. I was working with Mr. Vicario doing SOTP while I was on pretrial, and the work that we've been able to do together along with my program in here truly has changed so much about the way that I view the world. And I am really excited for the potential opportunity to be able to jump back into that and work on myself.
One of the things the offense talked about was alcohol use, and
Yes.
it appears that you gave it to her prior to these sexual assaults. Do you see alcohol as an issue for you?
Not anymore. I'm 5 years sober, actually. And my first 2 years of sobriety were on free trial. So I have been in the community while being sober. Obviously, I can't ever drink again. I've made that decision. It's not healthy for me. But I don't crave it anymore. I don't engage or think about that type of lifestyle anymore. I was working at a bar as a bartender at the time of my offense, and during that process, it was very common for us to be drunk or drinking pretty much all of the time, right? We were encouraged to drink with the patrons to get them to drink, if we weren't on shift, of course. And then it's just a part of that lifestyle. It's something I have long since left behind me.
All right. So do you think you need substance use treatment, or do you, I know you mentioned 5 years sober, so do you think you'll still need treatment in that regard as well, or?
No, ma'am. I think that a major focus more on just overall mental health, and I do want to get back into autism-specific treatment as well.
How would you describe your current mental health?
Good. Prison's hard, so it's as good as it can be. But I've tried to do my best to take care of myself in here.
And are you still, you mentioned that medication, are you still taking medication?
It's not available to me inside of the prison, but hopefully, because I have that appointment set up with Mr. Vicario, I can very quickly get referred back to my PsyD so that I can get back on that as quickly as possible.
And I would assume that, especially since you said it's still more, it sounds experimental.
Yes.
All right, sir. In regards to release plans, I showed that you'd like to live with your father and stepmother in Salt Lake and work in game designing. Is that still the plan?
Well, so game design is my love and vision, right?
Are you
But
talking about maybe long-term?
yes. So when I'm initially released, I actually have an internship set up to work as a peer support specialist, like we have in prison. I spent time in here as a peer lead in my program over a year.
That's good.
Yeah, and I want to take those skills that I've learned in here and try to practically apply them to the outside. I know that there's not anything that I can do that really, I don't believe in a balancing of scales, like the amount of nothing good you ever do necessarily eliminates anything bad that you do. But the inverse of that being that nothing bad I've done can eliminate good either. So if I choose to spend the rest of my life trying to help others succeed and make it through this process and get off of parole and re-enter the community successfully, I feel like that's a worthwhile endeavor with my time, and that's how I would like to spend it.
And sorry, maybe, like I said, I always want to clarify so I don't misinterpret. But how I'm perceiving that is that you're saying that one thing doesn't negate something else. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
But, and part of this hearing definitely was to talk about that offense, right? But it is also to talk about things moving forward
Yeah.
and how these offenses will never happen again.
Absolutely.
And you are addressing some of those issues, right? And it sounds like you've taken treatment, you're interested in therapy moving forward, which are good things.
Yeah.
All right, sir. I would also note the board received letters of support, and that letter from the Center for Counseling, which I reviewed, are obviously part of the file, and the board will have access to those letters as well, okay?
Thank you.
All right, sir, those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. It's not immediate, takes time, but it's faster on the website than the mail. So someone can look that up and tell you what that decision is while you're waiting for your written decision. I make note of your guidelines, sir, which is 44 months or June 17th, 2025. Easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. It's calculated. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offense. And the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is October 17th, 2036.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
I just want to tell you how grateful I am for this opportunity to even come before you all and be considered. There are a lot of people I know that have a long time before they will see you, or they may never. And so to even have the opportunity to come and do this, it means a lot. And I'm hopeful that I will have the opportunity to be able to re-enter the community and put the things that I've learned into practice. So thank you for seeing me.
Well, I've made notes of all of your comments today, sir. I've been typing and writing them all down. We'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rehearing for, can you say your first name so I don't say it incorrectly, sir?
DEMARGE,
DEMARGE?
yes. DEMARGE Rivera.
Rivera, am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
Offender number 251158. Is that you, sir?
Yep,
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Yes, my LSR&R has changed. They just updated it yesterday, so it should be completely different. It should be an O-track already.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know that, sir. Any other errors or corrections?
No, that should be it.
Okay, sir. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm not going to go
Okay.
over your offenses individually, but I'm going to ask you for some comments on them. We'll go over any
Okay.
background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had an original hearing where the board ordered an expiration and a courtesy of expiration for September 15th, 2026, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
It was noted that you would not participate in the original hearing. In a
That's
special
correct.
attention in May of last year, it was noted that you submitted a letter indicating that you were willing to parole at that time. A rehearing is ordered for now with the expectation that you complete residential substance use treatment. Is that procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, so I've tried to do the RSAT. My case manager had me under the impression that I was to do just a substance abuse treatment program. Then it was an IOP, and then now all of a sudden it was an RSAT. So I've tried to do it several times, but medical conditions have stopped me from doing the Dare to Soar program, not once, but twice now. So, but I'm willing to do a drug treatment program, but I'll do it on the street if I have to.
So I did see, in the file that you were removed for medical reasons from the residential substance use program.
Both times.
So what was going on there?
So my heart stopped the first time.
Sorry to hear
Yeah,
that.
which was kind of bad. And then I slipped my disc in my neck, which caused me to have surgery. So
What are these recent medical issues or something
these were
that's been
recent. These were
So-
recent medical
So
issues.
do you know the origin, or have you been diagnosed, or?
So I have high blood pressure. I had bronchitis the first time. And coupled with my high blood pressure, which I didn't know about, just made for a bad recipe of a disaster. And then the second one was because I was working out, I slipped a disc in my neck. And it caused like a lot of damage. So I had to go have my disc replaced.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying. Sorry, I'm listening, okay?
Oh, you're good, you're good.
Okay, and then why did you refuse to participate in the original hearing?
So I was in Garfield County. I was getting my gate pass and I was just gonna work on the road crew and just do my road crew job and just expirate. But 2 weeks later, I slipped my disc in my neck and I'm like, oh, well, that's great. So then my motion started deteriorating. Even though I have my gate pass now, I'd like to try to do the Cooks program. And speaking with the case manager, Mr. Lawrence here, I pretty much fit every qualification for the Cooks program, except having a parole.
Okay. Why do you think that's changed? I mean, it sounds like you were like, I'm just gonna expire my sentence. I don't even want to
Well,
go to the board. Now you're like, I want a parole. So why is that changed?
well, so the Cooks program wouldn't necessarily, I mean, I'd be on parole, but I'd still be in the halfway house. So I'd still be like I'm incarcerated because I'm not allowed to leave the halfway house or anything like that. So it would just help me to where I can set things up on the outs. That way I can have everything set up and planned and ready to go for when I do hit the expiration of my sentence.
All right, sir. So I show some offenses. Like I said, I'm not gonna go over them individually this time. I just want to
There's
ask
a
you,
lot of them.
you have some offenses, but do you have any comments about them?
No, like I said, I was getting high and
What were you using?
drugs. Yeah, drugs took a hold of my life and would not let me go. And I've made a choice to not blame anybody for my mistakes and to realize that enough is enough.
So why do you think, because I do show drug use, which is, I show a crash, I show
So I
evading.
flew through the windshield at 90 miles an hour. And I didn't get not one scratch, not one scrape, not one bruise. Nobody got injured. I should have died in that crash. I literally should have died in that crash. And I didn't for some reason. So I just think that there's something that's in the works for me that is more than this.
So how would you describe your current attitude towards substances?
I can't stand them, won't be around them, don't care to talk to individuals about it or anything like that. And being in the prison setting up north and down south and even in some of the counties, that was rude, sir. Thank you. Sorry about that. Being in the prison setting, I'm faced with it all the time. Like, it's always in my face, especially with the Suboxone program going on, people hiding their medicine and doing stuff like that. I don't care for it though. As you can see, I don't have not one write-up for drug use or anything like that. I got a write-up for helping somebody with their TV, but, and I was in his room. But other than that, 4 years, not one.
So do you
Bad.
think you need substance use treatment?
I think that if I'm done, I'm done. Then there's no program or anything that's gonna help change my mind for me. I have to do it myself. I mean, could it help? Yeah, it can always help. But whether I'm truly done or not has to come solely from me.
So one of the other things I wanted to address was a description in one of the offenses where it says that you held a gun to a victim's head. Can you tell me about that?
So this was just something that someone said. It did never really happen, but it was just put in the police report.
Do you still have contact with this victim?
I don't have contact with anyone.
When you say, are you being hyperbolic in that? I mean, do
No,
you
no,
have
no,
a
I don't. I literally don't have contact with anyone who has ever been on any of my caseload or case file as a victim or anything like that.
So any like co-defendants, victims, anything like that?
Co-defendants, nothing. I don't talk to any of them.
Okay. All right. Sir, in regard, we've discussed some of the offenses for which you are incarcerated here in Utah, but I do show some offenses out of Nevada for battery and lewdness. Can you tell me about those offenses?
Those I would like to not talk about. I mean, they've already been expirated, so they don't pertain to anything I have here.
You said they expirated?
Yes, I've expirated every one of those sentences.
Okay. All right, so what do you see as your risks moving forward?
Just stability. Like, going forward is just stability is my biggest issue.
Okay. And so how do you plan on addressing that?
And like I said, that's what I wanted to do. That's why I really want to do the Cooks program, because it'll give me a job that I'll work for every day. And then I can also get everything else in line while I'm at the halfway house.
In regards to release plans, I do show that you'd like to go to a halfway house. It sounds like you're very interested in the
That's-
Cook program.
That's what I want to do.
And then work as a business owner.
Yes,
Is that
yeah.
still the plan?
I still own my own business. I still do my.
What kind of
carpet tile.
business?
So it's carpet tile and floor restoration. It's called the Steam Team. We're based out of Las Vegas. We just recently became an LLC. So I'm kind of really excited to get back to that.
So are you trying to go back to Nevada eventually, or do you want to stay here in Utah?
I'm going to stay in Utah for my parole. And then I'm leaving the state, I'm leaving here to go to Hawaii after I'm done with here.
You said you'd like to go to Hawaii
I'm going to Hawaii.
once you're,
Thursday. Yeah,
You're-
once I'm done with parole, or if I have to expirate, whatever, I'm definitely going to Hawaii. There's no question about it. My family, my big sister won't let me go anywhere else but back home to Hawaii.
so that's home,
Yeah,
and your family is in Hawaii as well?
yeah.
All right, sir, I did see some conflicting information, I think from the pre-sentence investigation and your board packet about if you have children. Do you have children, sir?
I have 8 kids.
And do you have custody of those children?
I have split custody of my children.
It just was conflicting, so I wanted that clarified, so I appreciate
Oh,
that.
okay. No worries.
All right, so those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. The board ultimately decides. I make recommendations. They're made up of 5 members, so we don't have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. Should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. It's not immediate, just so you know, it takes time. But faster on
I
the
know.
website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you. I note that your guideline is 43 months or February 12th, 2025. That's calculated based on a number of factors, obviously, one of them being your offenses. The board ultimately decides, obviously, that was yesterday, so the board can go above that date, and they have. The expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is September 20th, 2026. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
I don't, thank you.
Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I made notes of everything we've been talking about today. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Adrian MACIAS?
MACIAS,
Oh, not even close. 200083. Is that you, sir?
correct.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review that?
yes, I
Do
did.
you have any questions on it?
No,
So one of the purposes of this rehearing was because the board wanted the programming department to have you complete a substance abuse assessment. We made contact with them and they said that they would get it done by Friday. It's not been done. Has anybody reached out to you about getting that taken care of?
no, not really.
Okay. I know on your psychological evaluation that you had back in August, it recommended you do the residential substance abuse program. What are your thoughts on that?
I finished the MRT
Okay,
here. Substance abuse treatment.
but you haven't been able to do the substance abuse programming?
That's the substance abuse.
Because MRT is just a part, it's class, it's not the full program.
No, I haven't had
Okay.
the chance.
Okay. And I know like that's not your fault, just because again, that assessment, which we were hoping to have done, was not completed, so that's not on you. When it comes to your last parole, tell me a little bit about the situation that brought you back here. It says that you'd threatened was it a roommate with a knife?
Yeah, it was, he came in and he was asked for a cigarette and I said, hold on, I'll give you one in a minute. And he said, no, he said, and he said a bad word and he got off the chair and it came, approached me like he was gonna hit me. And I got scared.
Okay.
I was in the kitchen and I seen the kitchen knife and I scared him with the kitchen knife.
And that prior parole, you completed the MIO program, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me, if the board chose to parole you, sir, what are your plans?
Well, if I'm going to a halfway house or a sober living, I want to go. I already paid for Valley Plaza.
Valley Plaza?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Do you have an address to go to?
Valley Plaza. It's a sober living place.
Okay. As far as work,
I haven't found one yet.
have you ever had issues finding work?
No,
Okay. What do you think's gonna help you, sir, moving forward so you don't end up coming back here?
just make better choices.
Tell me a little more about that. What choices often get you back here?
Getting into drugs and
What's your drug of choice?
anything I can get my hands on.
Okay. What got you into substances in the first place?
Just physical problems, psychological problems,
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your diagnoses.
schizoaffective,
Okay.
and bipolar,
Okay.
and panic attacks, depression.
Do you take medications currently?
Yeah,
How do you feel like they help?
they're all right. They help a little bit.
What are you still having issues with?
Trying to get different kind of medication for anxiety and things like that.
Okay. Have you been on medications before where they actually have been effective?
No,
Okay.
self-medicate.
Is that because you self-medicate and
No.
you just haven't given it a chance, or tell me a little bit about that?
No, it's just I haven't. They say that it's abused medication and they don't want to prescribe it to me because it's abused medication.
Because you abuse the
No,
medications?
it has been abused.
Okay. Um, are you willing to take medications?
Yeah.
What usually gets you off the medications? Why do you usually stop? Is it because of your substance use?
No. Just not taking it or something. No, I don't know.
Okay. I do show that you have a disciplinary from April of last year for abuse or misuse of medication and unauthorized possession of property. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Tell me about that. What was going on?
I was having trouble taking my medication in the morning,
Okay,
and so I was trying to take it in the evening. So I had to wait for a whole month to see the provider, so and if I stop taking my medication, it gets me like drowsy, it gets me dizzy.
so were you just holding on to your medication then with the intent to take it later on in the day?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned that you want to figure out your medications for your anxiety and depression a little more, correct?
Correct.
How is your medication working on your other diagnoses, bipolar, schizoaffective?
It's all right. It's a little complicated. It gets complicated.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Being incarcerated, it gets me like depressed and anxiety. I get panic attacks. I get overwhelmed with
Okay.
all with just like with my disorder and stuff like that. So
Okay. When you were out on parole this last time, were you using illegal substances then?
yes, I was.
When did you start using those?
I started when I was in the mid of October
Okay.
last year.
What's gonna help? Are you wanting to get off of those illegal substances?
Well, I can get off of them. I just stop doing them and don't get on them or
Okay,
just get on some medication.
okay.
But I just need to see the doctor and get prescribed medication.
So is it sometimes the delay in being able to get with a medical provider that causes you to relapse in the substances then
Correct,
sometimes?
right.
Okay. When's the longest you've been sober, sir, outside of incarceration?
A year?
When was that?
That's when I was in Bonneville.
Okay,
I was sober. I was doing pretty good.
so you were able to stay sober in the halfway house?
Yeah, I had a job too, so I was doing pretty good.
When did you lose your job?
I lost my job when I was living at Valley Plaza when my job was in West Valley.
Oh, with the
it-
distance?
Yeah, so
Okay. Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this point?
well, I would take to go to a halfway house to parole and to get some help. I would like to take some classes at Valley Behavioral Health. And I can take some classes there.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is made of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have that 15-year top, which puts you at May 1st, 2033. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No, that's it.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
You're welcome.
This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Brent Stevenson, inmate 74229. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any questions on it?
No, I don't.
Okay, so the reason we're here is because you received a disciplinary. You'd had a parole date for January 7th, 2025. Then that disciplinary came up for UA that you had refused to do. Excuse me. And so the board rescinded that parole date. Tell me what happened.
I got a medical issue. I got the prescription here. I just couldn't pee and I knew I wouldn't be able to. And the very next day, I asked if I could make it up or whatever. And they said, no, it's already done, but I don't have no dirties. I've never had a dirty. I wasn't trying to avoid it. I just couldn't pee. I'm
What's
51, you know.
what's the prescription?
It's a Flomax. Do you want, I brought the thing.
I can just note it. You're totally fine. I do show, and you probably talked about this at your last hearing about the fight back in, was it April?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
There was a fight and I pretty much stayed out of it, you know. But I was there, so.
Was it gang-related fight? Do you know what it was from?
There was just an argument at the chow hall, and since I am gang related, you know, but I didn't touch the guy, didn't do nothing to him, you know. I pretty much just stayed out of it.
Tell me what your gang status is, sir.
SAC.
Are you active then?
Yeah.
How long have you been involved in the gang?
Over 20 years.
Okay. Is it something that's more while you're incarcerated? What does that look like out in the community?
I'm not out there gang banging or whatever, you know. I just am a gang member, you know.
Are you still associated with them? Like, do you still hang out with them out there? Like, how
Around
big
the
of a-
streets.
How big of a part of your life are they when you're in the community?
I'm just trying to fade away, you know.
Okay. So are you just starting to now separate yourself?
Yeah, I'd rather do the working and doing the stuff that I need to do. That's what I've been working on. I've been working for the road crew for a minute now, and the DOT just offered me a job when I get released.
Okay.
And I'm trying to do the EPIC program. They got a bed waiting for me, and I'm just waiting to go there.
So is that what your plans are for if you are paroled to go to Epic?
Yes,
Is that residential?
yes. I would touch down at the halfway house, and then they come pick you up.
Okay. So then basically, are you just kind of trying to retire from the gang?
Pretty much.
Are you in a position, will they allow you to do that, or will there be like
Yes,
consequences for that?
no, I've been around long enough, and I've done everything that I had to do when I was younger. And they just, you know, realize I'm older and I just want to have a life
Right,
instead of being the rest of it in here.
okay. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
I do not.
Okay. Is there anything that you feel like would prevent you from being able to complete a successful parole?
No, I'm pretty much know what I need to do and really want to do it. So that's why I've been doing the road crew and doing everything I possibly can to be good. And, you know, I don't got no write-ups, nothing like that, you know. And you guys obviously see something to give me the trust that I got to go outside the gates, you know?
Right.
So
What usually brings you back here?
to, to be candid, me being a dumbass.
Okay. Okay. And so what do you feel like for you moving forward is going to help you so that you don't end up coming back here?
Focus and a need and a want to really do it.
Okay. What's out there on the outs for you as motivation to do better?
I got some positive family. I got a girl, you know, and she's pretty much gave me the ultimatum, you know, either do or don't.
Okay.
And I really want to do it for myself, actually, more than anything.
Have you ever had issues finding work? Is
No, I have not.
there anything else so you feel like the board needs to know or you would like them to know at this point?
And I'm really ready to do this. And I'm burned out on this whole experience. I gave enough of my life to the prison and the state. It's just not what I want anymore.
Okay. Well, sir, as you know, these are shortened hearings. This is just to basically discuss why your date was rescinded and brought back. We'll go ahead and affirm that rescission for January 7th, 2025. You know, it's up to the board as far as what they're going to do with you. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. They could parole you, they could keep you here longer. It's really up to them. Again, it takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 5-year top. So regardless, as long as there's no other offenses in your future, that date is March 31st, 2026. You do have that 27-month guideline, which you have well surpassed of about 1.5 years. And so do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No, I would like to hurry and get my stuff started with Epic. So, you know, the job opportunity that they offered me is still there.
Okay. All right, sir. With that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you.
Oh, what? Mr. Ice, This is the time and place set for an original hearing for THARRIN ISON inmate 239482. Is that you, sir?
Yes,
Did I say your first name correctly?
they spelled it wrong in,
How do you say it?
Theron.
Okay, so I did say it correctly.
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting you this hearing. Because I'm going to take testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
yes,
Did you have a chance to review that?
yes,
Did you have any questions on it?
no,
Okay, what I plan on doing is going through your current committing offenses, and then we'll see what you've been up to since you've been here. We also have a victim's father from your lewdness charge in 2019 who would like to make a statement. And because of the failure to register as a sex offender, I'm going to allow him to make that statement later on in the hearing. Excuse me. So, prior to this hearing, your case was smart scheduled out, basically meaning that your original hearing was pushed out to give you the opportunity to complete some programming prior to this hearing. And it looks like restitution in your cases, if there was any, was sent to the State Office of Debt Collection. Is that accurate, sir?
yes.
And the board wanted you to complete residential substance abuse programming prior to this?
It was, expected but not contingent, yes.
Yeah, so it would be expected for you at least to get into the program prior to this hearing, yes, and then do cognitive behavioral therapy as well. I do see where you have completed your high school diploma. We did receive notification of that. So in case 221900914, you were convicted of 2 Class A misdemeanors. One was possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, and the second was the failure to register as a sex offender. This occurred around April 11th, 2022, where officers located you. And it looks like they had attempted to get you to register for the sex offender previously, but you had failed to do so. When they arrested you, you were found to be in possession of a knife. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes,
Anything that you wanted to add to this?
no,
Okay. And then in case 231100140, you were convicted of an assault by prisoner. This occurred on March 14th, 2023, where it looks like at the Box Elder County Jail, deputies were informed that another inmate had been assaulted by another inmate. They reviewed camera footage which showed you arguing with the other inmate. The other inmate starts to walk away from the situation. Then you begin punching the inmate in the back of the head multiple times. You then stop and begin pacing in the section for about 1 minute before returning to the inmate where he continues the assault. You kick him once again, begin punching him in the back of the head. Is that accurate, sir?
yes,
Anything you wanted to add to that?
no.
What was going on during that fight?
I was having a bad day. I take responsibility for what I did do. It shouldn't have happened. I should have just let it go. And I did not. And
Why did you assault him aside from having a bad day?
someone owed me money and he went and told the officers that I had this person's MP3 player when, and instead of just giving up and giving it to the officers and, just letting everything go, I decided to assault this inmate.
Okay, so were you just holding that as like a ransom type thing?
He's owed me for over 2 months and they rolled him up to medical and I was listening to his MP3 player and I decided to keep it because he owed me for months.
Okay. In case 231100437, you were convicted of 2 third-degree felonies, assault by prisoner. This occurred again at the Box Elder County Jail, where you were told to rack in multiple times. Deputies were called to assist. You squared off with the officers. One deputy tried to grab your arm and you shoved them back. Another deputy tried to grab onto you again. You punched one of the deputies in the face. At another point, a deputy moved forward to control you and you also punched them multiple times in the head and face. Is that accurate, sir?
Correct.
What was going on there?
So they had me on an hour out, but because of my previous fight, they were not allowing me out of Max. Max in Box Elder County is an RNO,
And every time that an inmate had to come out for medical or they had to do walkthrough, they would have to rack me in. Due to that, I only had 5-10 minutes out of an hour, so I wasn't getting time to shower or try to contact anybody on the streets. I just got tired of it because I was only getting 5 to 10 minutes out when I was supposed to have at least an hour. So I wasn't gonna rack in, which caused me to assault these officers.
What was the result of that?
I got sentenced to Utah State Prison.
Okay.
I do take responsibility and I am sorry for what I did.
Sir, if there's restitution owing in your cases, I know it was sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. If there was, would you be willing to pay that?
Yes.
If your victims were here, what would you say, sir?
That I apologize, I made a mistake and I am willing to do time, programming, whatever I have to do to make amends for what I did.
What have you been up to since you've been here?
They've sent me to Green. I did get a write-up for a fight over there. And I take responsibility for that. I've worked in the kitchen. I've had a section job, when I went to Max Shamarno. I've been pretty productive. I completed, anger management. I haven't been in any trouble in almost 6 months.
Tell me about your fights. I've got 2 fights listed here, one July and one September.
So the one in July, the inmate came at me aggressively. Instead of walking away like I should have, my body went in fight mode and I fought this inmate that came at me aggressively. The second incident, the inmate threatened me, called me a punk, a bitch, and a lame, and then threatened me again. And I stood my ground and fought him.
And then in June, you have a disorderly conduct, reckless endangerment.
Yes, that was in the kitchen. I got fired and I told an officer to fuck off, which was my mistake.
What did you get fired for?
I got fired for getting in an argument with another inmate, which I should have not happened. But as of now, I live with that inmate, not only in the same section, the same exact cell. Me and him get along just fine.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not exactly sure. I think it's to do with trauma in the past, but I haven't had therapy or have figured it out completely, but I think it is to do with trauma that has happened to me when I was young.
What's kept you from getting into residential substance abuse programming?
They haven't pulled me back over there since I got in a fight. And there's so many people waiting to go into that program, it's hard to get into the program.
What have you learned in anger management?
I learned that instead of arguing or fighting, to either take deep breaths or walk away from the situation instead of engaging in that situation. And I have applied that several times in the last 5.5 months in the section I have been in.
So my concern with that, though, is you completed this in August 5th, 2024. You had your fight July 24th, 2024, and then you had another fight September 22nd, 2024.
Yes. I didn't really apply it right off the bat. It took both of those fights to realize that I do need to change my ways and I do want to learn how to be a contributing member to society.
And in your past, you've got several assaults, correct?
Correct.
I see here where you have a couple of lewdness cases. Tell me about your 2019 one.
2019, it was with my grandma's best friend's daughter's daughter, I believe it was.
Okay.
Um, I am not sure what came over me. I was molested when I was young, and I don't know if that has to do with my anger and with those charges. I do have a very hard time, and I do struggle.
What did you do?
I showed her my genitals.
And what about the attempted lewdness in 2021, 2022?
So I was working with my brother at where he was working at the motel as a maintenance person. I was help watching his niece, and I used the bathroom and did not close the door when I should have.
Is that all?
Yes.
What were you required to do for those charges?
I was supposed to get released on probation, but due to my assault charges, I got sentenced to prison.
So you've never had any type of programming for the sex specific piece?
No. They've always released me out on AP&P.
Have you had issues like this before when it comes to sex offenses?
Just these two.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
I do.
What are they?
I got bipolar, PTSD, and that's it, I think.
Are you on medications?
I am not.
Have you taken medications before?
In the past, yes.
Did they help?
Yes and no. They helped, but they didn't in the long run. Like, they made me too drowsy, too groggy to be able to work. And AP&P requires you to work.
Do you feel like you need medications?
I think medications would help, yes.
How do you manage your bipolar without medication?
I use medical marijuana.
Do you feel like that helps?
Yes, I do.
If the board chose to parole you, do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole, sir?
No.
Tell me your drug of choice.
Heroin.
How long have you been using?
I started using heroin in 2017. I haven't used any heroin in the last 3 years.
What about other drugs?
I've used meth, and I have used several types of pills.
When's the last time you used meth?
Almost 3 years ago.
And what about the pills?
Almost 3 as well.
Since you've been here then?
Yeah,
Incarcerated anyway?
yeah, I haven't been out, so.
Sir, if the board chose to parole you, what would that look like? What would your plans be?
So I'm trying to go to the home inn. If the home inn does not have an address for me, I'll happy to go to Fortitude. I have a job lined up at Oyster Bar and Grill on 38th Street. And if that doesn't go through, then I'll go straight to a temp agency and have a job within that day.
Okay. As far as programming,
I'll do whatever programming I have to do in here or on the streets.
okay. We'll go ahead and hear from your brother, it sounds like, who's speaking on behalf of the victim. Mr. Eisen, are you there?
Yes, I am.
I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. You don't have to have your computer or your camera on. I guess you're on the phone anyway, but I'm just gonna, in good faith, assume that you're raising your right hand. Would you please state your name for the record, sir?
I am.
Do you swear and
Jareth
affirm the
Shane
information you're about
Ison.
to provide is true and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. What would you like me to know?
So the two individuals that he first showed his genitals to, that was in like 2016, 2017. The case that took place with my daughter was 2019. I didn't talk to my brother for many years due to his drug addiction and the way of his life was going. I decided to bring him back into my life and take him under my wing. I gave him a job, I gave him clothes, I gave him a free room to stay in, just to give him the benefit of the doubt. And I was actually dealing with an incident at the hotel, and police were called. I let my brother watch my daughter for no more than 30 minutes. So I got done. I checked on her frequently through those 30 minutes. And I think that's what saved my daughter from further trauma. But when I walked into that room, the door was locked. I am very good at reading physical body language. And when I walked in, I knew something was up. And my daughter told me everything that happened. And as far as I'm concerned, my brother had my daughter, my 5-year-old daughter, on her back on the bed, pretty much masturbating over the top of her. That's what she told me. We immediately took her out of the situation, took her home. Cops were involved. She did a statement at the Brigham City investigation center. I'm not sure what it's called.
The Children's
next
Justice
morning
Center?
he was picked up. Yes. The next morning he was picked up. He refuses to register. I feel like for him to go back into society, he needs to figure out, some sexual programming or something that can further better his situation, because he has had a porn addiction in the past. I think that's a big problem of seeing women as objects, whether they're young or old. I feel like he needs a little more control when he is released into society, like a halfway house, because Ogden is his stopping grounds, and Ogden's just going to set him back up to failure if he doesn't have the right structure to be able to be put back in society. And as far as my daughter goes, she still struggles with it, and it's been 4 years. I still struggle with it. I don't think it will ever go away. We just have to move on and try to forget about it. But there's been a lifetime protective order between all of us, so he cannot be around me or anybody else in my family. But I just feel like he shouldn't just be put out on a parole because of the fact that he's never successfully completed anything like that. So I feel like a halfway house or some more treatment inside the prison would do him a lot better and making him safe to come into society. Like, what is he gonna do when he, goes around a friend's kids or something, like, without getting the treatment that he needs to make it safe for everybody else out here?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Darren, what would you like me to know?
So he said this case, was in 2019, but it was not, it was in 2020. He said It was in the motel 4 years ago. We're in 2025.
Doesn't matter regarding what is your response? I don't need the specific dates. I'm not as concerned about that as I am about the actual events.
My response would be that I would do any programming that I have to do in here on the streets, for me to be successful and to, do what I have to do.
Do you guys offer like that type of treatment inside the prison?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir,
And
for
what's
you,
the
what?
possibility of a halfway house?
So, you can actually contact the victim advocate and they'd be able to talk to you about that stuff. We won't get into that stuff in this
Okay.
hearing. But you can contact the
Okay.
victim advocate through the board and they would be able to give you some information as far as that goes. Theron, what
Okay.
what do you feel like for you, if anything has changed? That's going to help you moving forward?
I'm trying to do what I have to do. It's not easy. It's really not. But I struggle every day with what I did. It haunts me every night. I don't sleep at night.
Are you talking about with what you did to your niece and stuff?
Yeah. And I know that I do need therapy, but I do have a hard time trusting people. And I'm trying to do what I have to do. It's very hard to get into programming in here.
Theron, is there anything else you'd like me to know or feel like the board needs to know at this point?
No.
Well, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. For those who are attending the hearing or for those who are listening in on the hearing, if they'd like to go to bop.utah.gov, they can, once that decision has been made, it'll be posted there. They'd be able to see that before you did. So they would probably be able to tell you the outcome of what this hearing is going to be. For you, it usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out because you get the paper copy. You do have a 26-month guideline, which puts you at May 27th, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. The board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at September 1st, 2028. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you, good luck to you, and have a good day.
Thank you.
See you later in that chair. What? You can leave whenever you want, or you can watch the next one. Yeah, thanks for coming, guys.
See ya.
See ya.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Robert Black, inmate 239282. Is that you, sir?
139282.
You are correct. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I've read every word.
Did you have any questions on it?
I did not.
Okay. It looks like your case was smart scheduled, means it was pushed out a little further to give you the opportunity to get into some programming prior to your original hearing. It also looks like that any potential restitution in your case was also forwarded to the Office of State Debt Collection. The board wanted you to participate in cognitive behavioral therapy. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, I am, I've been in the SOLID program almost my entire time. I just graduated, Captain Your Story. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that as of yesterday.
Okay.
I signed up for round 2 of it, whether that be in here or on the street. I plan on, so
Before we get into that real quick, let's go over your current committing offense.
Okay.
And then we'll get into what all you've been doing here and
Okay, yeah.
everything else. So in case 221300846, you were convicted of a 3rd-degree felony theft, value that exceeds $1,500 but is less than $3,000 or $5,000.
Yeah.
And it looks like this occurred around March 1st, 2022, where a company basically, had you been working for this company?
No, it's, he knows John Harold, my brother-in-law, and that he worked there. John Harold
Okay.
worked there, yeah.
So you were with him when you guys went into this company after hours and took several things to include firearms, ammunition, cash, a drone, tools. Is that accurate?
That's, yes.
What was going on during this time, sir?
He, I was a heroin addict at the time, and I was sick, and he showed up at my house intoxicated and was like, I know where some things are. We could get some money so you don't have to be sick. I did,
Was it withdrawal sick?
yes.
Okay.
I started heroin May 14th, 2014. Not that that's an excuse to start drugs, but I watched one of my sisters got murdered, and I was at the hospital, and that's the way I coped with it. I left the hospital after she passed away on life support, and I shot heroin for the first time in my life.
Had you been involved in any other substances prior to that?
Methamphetamine's the only substance I've basically done my whole life, but heroin was something that somebody told me that would eliminate the feeling, and it
So tell me how you've dealt with that since,
with my sister.
if you have.
I took, so that's what I was getting at. After this incident took place, I realized I've got to do something with my life. I'm too old. And so I put myself through detox at Next Step Detox in Orem, Utah. And I went from there to Aqua Recovery in Midway, Utah. Done it all by myself, graduated in leadership there. And they had a lot of life skill stuff. And I still talk to them to this day, so.
So were you doing all of that while you were on probation or while you were
I
going through the
was-
court process?
I did all that myself. I was on probation at the time, yeah, but
Okay.
I did all that on my own. Because there comes I'm not proud of my past, and
Right.
like, it's ridiculous, and I just had some grandbabies. Like, I can't continue to do this the rest of my life. Somebody told me once, they told me, look, the average American man lives 70 years of your life. That's only 70 years if you're healthy, okay? That's only 70 winters, 70 Christmases, 70 falls, 70 anything. And I'm already 46 years into it. So that's only 20 some left. I got to do something with it. So I wanted something better for myself. And I was sick of being that person I was. So I tried something new. And when I got there, they were like, because they come in Aqua Recovery, it's people from all over. And they like have careers, and then they see me and they're like, and I just went at it full steam, and I surprised everybody. So
What got you into meth?
I was living on the street as a child,
Okay.
and I was working at a sign company, Artistic Neon Impressions, and it was my friend Keith's older brother's business, and he would give us meth. So we would stay up and make signs for him while he went home, and he would profit on us, giving us $1 a sign. Like brainwashing us, basically telling us, look, this is a trade. I'm teaching you a trade. And we'd
Right.
stay up all night making him money, and he would just give us meth at 15 years old.
So how long have you been sober?
Since I got arrested, yeah. Prior to that, I was sober all up until the charges were filed, and I decided to run. But after Aqua, I stayed sober for quite a bit, because at the end of the day, the feeling I got from helping someone else, I've damaged people my whole life. I'm damaged. But when I could help that one person, like it just made so much a good feeling inside me that I never felt before. So that's, at the end of the day, that's what I'm going to do with the rest of my life is I'm going to give back, and I'm going to be a counselor, a therapist, a drug rehabilitator. I'm going to be something in that field.
Okay.
And
What usually causes you to relapse?
how did I relapse?
Yeah. What usually causes you to relapse? Like the last couple of relapses you've had? What was it that caused you to
I
relapse?
get in this mentality of authoritative figures. I never had them meet eye to eye. One of them, Ross Kelly and Logan, she was amazing, but like most of the POs, I think like if I get in trouble, they're gonna punish me. So instead of dealing with it, I just like, oh God, you know what I mean? So I go, I do meth, and then in my head, I think it's a good idea that they're gonna punish me for it. So
Might as well do it.
yeah,
Okay.
so at the end of the day, and I don't know. I don't have an
Okay.
excuse for it.
What would you say to your victim, sir?
That I am sorry, and you didn't deserve that. Your trust in people is probably gone, and I'm 45 years old. There's no excuse for what I did, and whatever it takes to pay it back, I will.
Okay. When it comes to changes, you said you've completed the Captain Your Story, you're involved in the Solid program. What do you feel like for you has changed that's going to help you moving forward so you don't end up coming back here?
My confidence, my communication skills, knowing that there's more tools in the toolbox to use instead of like before it was like rusty tool, it didn't work. Now I feel like I'm more oiled, and like I've learned that communication, everybody's not out to get me. And I'm not a victim, you know what I mean? And nobody's gonna change my life but me. So stand up and be a man and just do it, because now I have the tools and the resources that I know actually work because I've actually given it a chance. Whereas before I had that mentality, like, I don't know if you want to call it child pride. I don't know what it's called, but whereas all that look, that's dorky, whatever it is. Now I know that ain't the case, that's people do care and will help you.
Right.
So,
Okay. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
not that I've been diagnosed with, no.
Do you feel like you have any mental health diagnoses?
I might, maybe. I mean, I'm not too sure what it is. I mean, I've had some serious child trauma, like
Right.
foster homes and beatings, and so I would imagine it, like, you know what I mean? But like, I have never been diagnosed.
Okay. When did you get involved in the foster system? How old were you?
Well, I was only 5 years old. Both my parents went to prison, and there was 6 of us, and I don't know the circumstances behind it, but like, so I have 2 brothers and 3 sisters, and then my older brother and my little brother went to one foster home. My 3 sisters went to one, and then I went to another one. And just there's a bad card dealt, bad things happened to me, so
Okay.
I just don't know.
Okay. How's your physical health?
I'm good.
Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So if you are paroled, what are your plans?
I'm gonna go to work with Mike. This is Mike guy painting. And I've been in contact with Aqua and a girl named Cheyenne Anderson that does exit strategies, and they're gonna help me get into the career I want to get into. And Aqua said they would be willing to give me a chance if after I'm out 120 days and I prove it, they will, and they'll pay for my schooling to actually become a counselor.
So are you wanting to go to Aqua for treatment?
I graduated. I want to work there.
Okay.
I want to be an employee there so bad. Like that, when I went there, it was like I accomplished something in my life. And so many people, like it was the best feeling in the world to see the entire rehab facility, the owner, everybody come and cry and listen to my graduation. And I've never felt anything like that in my life. And that's what I want to do.
Okay. As far as programming, what are your plans, sir?
I got IOP lined up with STEPS, I believe, or Utah Addiction Center, whatever one's closest to me. I plan on continuing my IOP, and if I feel like I can maintain it, I'm gonna ask to be put residential if I have to, because I want every tool in the toolbox at my age is a tool I can use.
Okay.
So I spent 46 years of my life ruining it. I think I can spend a little time fixing it.
How long have you been in the solid program? I know you said you completed Captain Your Story.
I've been there since right out of Arno, like 8 months.
So since August.
Yeah,
Okay.
June, I think. June.
Because I know they've listed quite a bit of things that you've been
Oh, I participate in
involved in.
everything there. I mean, it's a,
Is there anything else, sir, you feel like the board needs to know or you would like the board to know at this point?
just that I've never felt more confident in my success in my life. I mean, no, I'm not proud of what I've done in my life. So
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members, takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you.
okay.
You do have a 16-month guideline, which puts you at April 6th, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. They can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to paroling. You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at December 6, 2028. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
That's all I got.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you. You have a good day.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Frederick SWERTFEGER, inmate 2248440. Is that you, sir? Did I say your name correctly?
SWERTFEGER, yeah.
Okay. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yep.
Did you have any questions on it? We want to acknowledge the fact that you do have some supports here. We just ask that you guys remain quiet during this process. They'll give you a couple minutes after the hearing to talk, okay? So what I plan on doing, we'll go over your current committing offenses. The board had smart scheduled this out, meaning that they pushed out your original hearing to give you the opportunity to complete some programming prior to coming to this hearing. Looks like they wanted you to get involved in the residential substance abuse programming. It looks like they also returned your restitution to the court or to the Office of State Debt Collections as well. We did receive notification on October 2024 that you had completed the culinary arts program, as well as in September of last year, the substance abuse program. Does that sound accurate so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go over your current committing offenses. There's a few, so it'll take a minute. So as we go through these, I'll ask if there's anything you want to add to any of this stuff. And we'll kind of move through that way, and then we'll see what you've been up to since you've been here. In case 211902004, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred around August 5th, 2021, where officers found you and a female sleeping in a car. There was a glass pipe and methamphetamine as well as syringes on the center console. And at that time, you admitted that you were a heroin and meth addict and that you had heroin on you in some shorts you were wearing. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything you want to add to that?
No, ma'am.
In case 221-221900863, you were convicted of a third-degree felony wrongful appropriation. This one occurred around March 4th, 2024, where it looks like you had borrowed a vehicle and failed to return it after being asked numerous times. The vehicle was reported stolen, and during a traffic stop is when they found the vehicle. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In case 221903371, you were convicted of a second-degree felony, possession with intent to distribute, as well as a third-degree felony, possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person. This occurred around November 13th, 2022, where officers, where you encountered officers as a passenger in a vehicle that had been stopped for a traffic violation. You were found to be in possession of a knife, a pair of brass knuckles, along with 11 packages of Suboxone, a Tudor straw, a glass pipe with burnt residue, foil, a small rubber puck with residue, and a bag of smaller empty clean baggies. At the time, you also informed officers that you had swallowed a bag containing 20 pills of fentanyl. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, ma'am.
In case 221901587, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred around April 29th, 2022, where officers responded to a complaint of an unconscious male in a vehicle. You consented to a breath test. When you stepped out of the vehicle, a glass pipe with residue was observed at your feet. You were searched and a backpack was located which contained baggies, syringe filled with liquid, a dark substance consistent with heroin, methamphetamine, as well as a bag of pills, and tinfoil with residue on it. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In case 221902504, you were convicted of a Class A misdemeanor failure to stop at the command of law enforcement. Excuse me. This occurred around September 9th, 2022, where officers responded to a trespassing call where the owner stated that there were people breaking into a trailer that is currently unoccupied. When officers arrived at the scene, you had fled from the officers, but eventually apprehended. At that time, you stated you swallowed an 8-inch you swallowed an 8-ball of meth and baggies filled with approximately 30 fentanyl pills. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
In case 221701772, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred around October 4th, 2022, where officers served an arrest warrant. Upon searching you, they found in your pocket Tudor straws, a used pipe for smoking illegal substances, and burnt tinfoil. They also found a container disguised as a Red Bull can, which then, when opened, contained small baggies of oxycodone and methamphetamine. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
States here that you also had a pair of brass knuckles. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
In case 231900676, you were convicted of a second-degree felony obstruction. This one occurred around December 16th, 2022. It sounds like this was a raid. Was it a raid?
So they, my wife at the time was on APMP and she was with me and they came in to get her. And when they came in, they had found, pills on the ground. It's that one, I think.
Yeah, well, in this one, it says they found several substances, silver-colored bottle tipped over on the ground containing small blue pills, methamphetamine, Ziploc bags, a bunch of stuff that sounds like it was, you guys were selling substances. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so tell me what was going on. Clearly you had a substance use issue.
Yes.
Okay, tell me a little bit about that.
So, I, I, so I, I'm trying to think
You're
of,
fine.
yeah, so, at that time, I was doing not too well, like I was living on the streets, you know, and,
Okay.
I had just kind of slipped into the drug world, you know, and started selling drugs. And I just living on the streets, you know, I was around, you know, people that use, so I just slipped farther and farther into it. And, I kept getting arrested and I'd tell them I'd swallow pills so I wouldn't go to jail. And so it just made me get a whole bunch more charges instead, you know what I mean? Instead of just going to jail
Yeah.
and taking care of everything. So,
When did your substance use issue start?
so, I started like, I mean, as a teenager, I had, like experimented, but I'd say probably around like 19, 18 into like 18, 19, 20, somewhere right there.
What
I
got you
started-
into it?
Just friends. I started using heroin with friends occasionally, and that just turned into all the time. That turned into meth and heroin, and it turned into. Then I'd have spurts of like on and off, like I'd use and I'd get clean for like a year, or I'd get some sobriety, and then I'd use again. You know, and that's what happened this time around as well.
What usually causes you to relapse?
I'd have to say old friends usually.
Okay.
Going back thinking I can hang out with them and just thinking that I have it under control when when I obviously don't.
Okay.
So
Are you still with the wife?
no, we're separated. So
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
no, ma'am.
Tell me what you've been up to since you've been here.
So I've done Hope. I did Hope. I did culinary arts. That was a really cool program. I learned how to cook. I've done a lot of classes. I've done MRT. I've done victim impact. One I really liked was the Dave Ramsey financial class. That was
Okay.
a really good one. And I've just been doing a lot of reading and working out and just trying to learn and gain as much knowledge as I can while I'm in here.
So tell me what you have learned.
What I've learned is that my actions affect way more than just me. They affect the community. They affect my family, my kids. So
What have you learned that's going to help you moving forward so you don't end up back here?
that I can't keep doing this or this is the end result. If I get high, this is what's going to happen. It's either going to be this or death.
If the board chose to parole you, do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, ma'am.
If the board chooses to parole you, what are your plans?
So, my stepdad owns a drilling company. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to work for him as soon as I get out. I'm gonna start rebuilding my relationships with my family. Get back into my kids' life, and I want to do some type of I really want to learn to day trade, or I want to go to school for some type of programming or something. And then also I know I need to get into some recovery community. So whether that be classes or AA or something like that.
Okay. I do show that you have a pending disciplinary for substance abuse. I won't talk to you about that just because it is pending, but the board is going to see that, just so you are aware. It is going to be a concern for them, just so you are aware.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you would like the board to know at this point?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. The board is the one that makes up the final decision of your case. They're made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 29-month guideline, which puts you at June 12th, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning that the board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. They will take into consideration everything you have completed up to this point in making a decision. You do have that 15-year top, which puts you at August 31st, 2038. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you. Center.
This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Jean-Paul VESSIO, inmate 217924. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I say your last name correctly?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I have.
Did you have any questions on it?
I know there were certain parts of my blue packet that weren't actually true with certain things.
Okay. Such as?
Like I know when I had my psych evaluation, he was saying that I had 15 sexual misconduct write-ups.
Uh-huh.
And I had that looked up a few days after and there was only 4.
Okay.
So I don't know why he was saying I had 15.
Okay. I'll note that on there. So this hearing, the board wanted you to get they wanted the sex offender programming to submit a memo as well as have you complete a psychological evaluation, which it sounds like you received a copy of the psychological evaluation.
Yes, ma'am.
I just barely received this morning, the sex offender treatment memo. Did you by chance get a copy of that? I know they disclosed it from the board over here. Your case manager would have given it to you.
I never received that.
Okay, so we have a couple of options. We can either continue this hearing to another date to give you the opportunity to get a copy of that so you can review it before moving forward with this hearing. You can waive notice of that and we can continue on to this hearing. I can also, if you want to, continue on with this hearing and then delay routing for 2 weeks. So you have the opportunity to review that, and then submit anything you'd like to say about it. I will go over the recommendations and stuff in it, just so you're aware. But what would you like to do?
I like to try and postpone this until I can actually go and look over
Okay,
that.
so what we'll do then is we'll go ahead and stop the hearing and we'll just continue it to a later date so you can get that stuff disclosed to you, okay?
Okay,
Anything else you want to ask me before you leave?
that is it.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
All right, thank you.
This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Randy LaSalle, inmate 154164. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. It looks like at your last hearing, which was a parole violation hearing, which I did listen to, the board wanted you to get an updated sex offender assessment, which we did receive a copy of. Did you by chance get a copy of that assessment?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
What were your thoughts on it?
I thought they were pretty accurate.
Okay. It's recommending that you complete a healthy sexuality life skills offered by SOTP. I know before you had mentioned hoping to redo the program and then be able to terminate, right? And that's something I can still put in your report as something that you're hoping to do. But you'll also know that it is up to the board as far as that goes. I do know you have had substance abuse issues as well in the past, which is kind of the primary issue that you've had, correct?
Yes.
And have you continued to remain sober, sir?
I have.
Okay, were you sober on this
la-
last parole?
Yeah.
I remember you saying something about having that be a success as far as that goes.
Wasn't
And then it
easy.
was your mom that passed away and you had a relapse. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me how you've dealt with mom's passing since you've been here. If you've been able to.
Well, at this point in time in my life, all I can do is tell you the truth, how I feel. Okay?
Mhm.
I have given this prison over 22 years of my life on and off.
Mhm.
I'm done. I'm broken. You guys win. I've lost my dad. I've lost my son. And I lost my mom
When did your son pass?
in 16.
Okay.
And I've lost the will to live. I either want to be terminated so I can go home to my brothers and be rebaptized in the church, or just lay me down and give me a reason. But I am done.
Will you refuse a parole then?
Yes. Like I said, I'm done. I'm broken.
And you
Nothing
understand,
left to give.
you understand that if the board were to terminate you, it could be anywhere from now to 21/17, because that's the expiration of your sentence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As far as the recommendation from SOT, what are your thoughts on that? Are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what led to you looking at the pornography. I know before you had mentioned that throughout your paroles, you haven't had an issue with that, and then all of a sudden you did. So tell me.
Never have I had anything on my phones or any violations or anything to do with that.
Tell me what led to it this time.
This time was a good old friend that I shouldn't have been with, that knew my charges, and I wouldn't do for him. He wanted him and his girlfriend to stay at my house, and he wanted me to buy them drugs, and I said, no, I can't be around them, I'm sober, and I refused to do that. He asked me if I would drop him off at the shelter then, and I did, and round I was in Maverick by the shelter, he had taken my phone out of my console, and he had put stuff on the phone. I told the doctor that came and did the assessment the same story. And he put things on there that he knew would get me in trouble. I didn't even bother looking at my phone when I got it back to see if there was something on there. It's just something I wouldn't think that would be on there.
Okay.
I know better now, but you know, that was my mistake for first being with that idiot, for second being so vulnerable and not covering myself. Had I have found that on my phone, I would have immediately told my PO and my therapist, my aftercare therapist, because I had been open and honest with them the whole time I was on parole. I never once gave it a UA. I kicked that drug habit. That was hard. I was doing really good at my brother's. I wanted to get off paper so I could get rebaptized. because I can't get baptized when I'm on paper.
Okay,
And on parole, I'm not gonna live long enough to get off parole and get baptized. That's all I really want.
okay.
Thank you for seeing me today. I appreciate it. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Now, here's my only question about this is it says in your parole violations that there were two different spots that it was found on your phone and then on a thumb drive. Is that accurate?
What?
A thumb drive and then on your phone?
I have no idea what that means.
Okay.
I'm not computer or phone. I don't really know how to run phones very well.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. Can you elaborate, explain?
It's like a device to hold images, like a separate device. You know how they used to have floppy disks and hard disks
No, but anyways,
on computers?
no, I don't know nothing about computers.
Okay, well, it's just a memory drive that you can upload things onto, basically is what it is.
Oh.
Because I know that it was discussed at your attorney had wanted to get one of these dismissed, one of the, what is it called? Your parole violations, because it looked like it was the same thing, and then the parole officer had mentioned that they were two different things, but, do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
Yes,
Tell me what those are.
just severe depression,
Okay.
bipolarism,
Depression and what?
bipolarism,
Do you take medications for those?
yes.
How do you feel like the medications help?
When I'm on them, they work.
Are you on them now?
No,
Why are you off of them?
my prescription ran out.
Okay. Are you waiting to see the doctor, or you
Yes.
decided you don't want to do it?
Yes, I'm,
How long have you been off of them?
a couple weeks, not very
Okay.
long.
Do you know when the doctor's gonna come back through?
Yeah, any day, today, tomorrow, but it could be any time.
Okay, so you do intend to get back on them then?
Yes,
Okay,
I need to be on them.
okay. How's your physical health, sir?
Not good.
Okay, is there anything that would prevent you from being able to be successful in the community?
No, well, I'm dying, but cancer, but
Okay, what kind of cancer do you have?
colon.
When was that diagnosed?
That was diagnosed when I was out on parole.
Okay,
But
this
I
last
refused-
time?
Yeah, I refused treatment.
Did you bring this up in your last hearing?
No, I was not asked. I don't know. I don't
I
know.
didn't hear you say it, so that's why I was wondering,
Yeah, I
because
don't
usually
know.
that would be something I'd pick up on.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have a lot of health conditions though.
okay. Just due to age?
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else? I know you've mentioned a few different things, but is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know at this point? Tell me about your disciplinary in September for the refuse, resist, arrest, movement, do command. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about that one.
I was in the shower when they flashed the lights.
Okay.
And because of my disabled, I got 2 artificial hips and my back's been broken twice. My femur was shattered. I can't move very fast.
Okay.
And I didn't rack in fast enough, and I got a write-up for not racking in a timely manner.
Okay,
The hearing officer or whatever that came and served me the papers, she felt that I shouldn't have been charged with that. So she says, I'm not even really gonna fine you, but I have to. So she gave me the minimum fine of $20.
okay,
You said it was kind of frivolous. I mean, there's guys that sit there and microwave their food and talk to their buddies after the lights have been
Right.
flashed. I'm in the shower trying to get dressed and so, but it is what it is, and I pled guilty because I'm not gonna challenge an officer, you know what I'm saying? It's their word against mine. Come on.
right. So when you do get out, sir, you said you plan on living with your brother. Is there any other plans you have?
No, I plan on giving my life to the church. That's what I've been doing in here. I
Okay.
go every day to the church and index and do LDS Institute.
Okay,
The church keeps me on the right path. And when I'm not in my church, I stray off that path.
Okay,
So now I know I have to surrender my whole life to the Lord, because it's the only thing that keeps me wanting to live.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware how all of this works. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have that 115-year top, which puts you at March 13th, 2017. Like I mentioned before, if they do grant you a termination, it can be anywhere between now and that time. I will note in there that you will refuse a parole. It is possible that they will still offer you a parole. Just because there are many times when people will say they'll refuse a parole, so they'll offer it to them just in case anyway. And then if they refuse to sign at that point, then they'll have a rescission. And then they'll go from there as far as moving forward in a different decision potentially. Does that make sense? Again, it usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that information out to you. If there are no other questions, sir, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day. This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Zayden Collins, inmate 260309. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes,
Do you have a chance to review that?
I have.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. I do want to acknowledge that you do have some supports here. We just ask that you guys remain quiet during this process. They'll give you a couple minutes after the hearing to talk, okay? So what I plan on doing is we're going to go ahead and see what's going on regarding disciplinaries, what you've been up to since you've been here, if anything. At the last hearing, you had your original hearing in April 2024. And at that time, you had 2 pending cases with the courts. Restitution as well was sent to the State Office of Debt Collections at that time as well. Since that hearing, it looks like one of those cases was dismissed and the other case was given credit for time served. Does that sound about right?
Yes, they were, yeah. Yes, they were.
Okay. So tell me what you've been up to since you've been here, sir.
I've had, my ups and downs with my mental health, but I have progressed through certain classes. I have gotten a certificate for my impact of crime. I have struggled with completion with MRT due to the prison's effect of not having eligible teachers and then not having classroom space. They just recently have said that they're going to try to bring MRT and be taught to us. They're going to bring it to us since
The
they
units?
yeah, I've been told by my caseworker that MRT has there's been some struggles in with it, and I know that was contingent on my portfolio.
Okay.
But I've done some things. I have some certificates. I have a living at 5 and another certificate I collected in here. I know they're not like recognized certificates, but the impact of crime is completed.
Okay. Tell me about your mental health.
I have major depression and obstinance defiance. I try to put them in my back pocket and move on in life and try to be strong, but sometimes they fall out and I struggle with them even with medication and therapy. I struggle with
Are
both.
you on medications now?
Yes.
How do you feel like they help, if any, if at all?
I feel that we're in the right trajectory, but I think that there's a different course we could take, especially with the medications.
Are they helping you?
They are, but they could be doing more. I think there's a different medication they could change over with my depression meds and stuff. I think there's better meds.
So they're helping, but they're not as effective as
Yeah.
they could be, is what you're saying.
It took me quite a while to even just get on their meds, and it's a process to continue to like the push. I currently take citalopram, and I'm trying to fight for a escitalopram just because the way just the way my body is, my heart. I'm like I get like kind of like I forget what the word they call it, but it's
Anxiety?
no, your heart kind of tremors.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your substance use history, sir.
Truthfully and honestly, I had a marijuana addiction when I was younger,
Okay.
but I didn't really have very much other addictions until I came to prison. Prison has been more of the ground source for a lot of these issues and a lot of where it started to stem from.
Explain that to me a little more.
I've never been I grew up not like I didn't grow up sheltered or anything like that, but I grew up with good family, good role models and support, and it's like I had I've been enlightened to know like which substances to stay away from and stuff like that, especially if you're going to use a substance or smoke cigarettes or smoke hemp or anything like that. And so I've stayed away from a lot of things until I've been in prison, where a lot of that it's kind of, what's the word? It's kind of,
Accessible?
it's flooded.
Okay.
It's all over.
So have you used since you've been in prison then?
Yes, there's a time. Currently, I'm not using, but there initially in the first bout of the year here in prison, there was a lot of pressure on stuff like that.
What were you using?
Usually Suboxone, just to stay in my opiate disability and stuff like that, and other.
In your opiate disability?
So, prior, initially being here, there was fentanyl and other stuff like that, and I feel like I became dependent and addicted to certain things. And I believe that, there's been other, like, it's still not like supplied or anything like that. Like, we're fighting on recognition in that, but, I've had, what's it called? Setback,
Okay.
just disability and setback to certain things like opiates and stuff.
So aside from Suboxone, what else have you used while you've been here?
Not like, I've still tried to stay away from a lot of other substances, not
But what
very,
have you used?
just mostly Suboxone.
Have you used anything else? Methamphetamine, fentanyl, heroin?
Negative, nor that we are arguing if I've never not had them in my possession. Obviously, with my cases, I've had them in my possessions, but they're not something I like. It's not, I don't do those kind of drugs.
Because sometimes the answers you're giving me are a little wishy-washy. That's why I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're saying. I understand you've used Suboxone. Some of the answers you're giving me indicates or alludes to that you've used other substances, which is why I'm asking pointed questions as in regard to that. But from what it sounds like is you've only used Suboxone. You've been in possession of other substances, but you've not partaken of them. Is that accurate?
Accurate.
Okay. You do have several disciplinaries since you've been here. A couple of the disciplinaries are pending. I don't talk about pending disciplinaries just because these are recorded hearings, but you've had, your prior hearing, you probably talked about the 2 substance abuse, disciplinaries you had in January and February of last year. So in April of last year, you had an unauthorized possession or use of property. In August, you had unauthorized possession, use of electronic device. Later in August, you had tattooing, branding, or body piercing. In November, you had 3, which was possession in an area with tobacco, drugs, or alcohol, as well as another possession in an area with tobacco, drugs, and alcohol. And then you had an evidence tampering, refuse, resist, arrest, movement, do, or command. Tell me first of all about the tattooing piece. Were you receiving? Tell me what was going on with that one.
Receiving tattooing / branding. Receiving, just
What were you getting?
tattoos.
Clearly, what were you getting though? What were the tattoos of?
Manga,
What is that?
anime.
Okay.
Um,
So no gang related stuff.
No gang-related stuff. And to roll back on activity, you can even look at my urinalysis tests, and I've never failed dirty for any of the drugs you were asking for. Not to roll back on it, but just because I'm not trying to be wishy-washy. I understand the way you're looking at it and the way it lays down. At the same time, with a lot of these write-ups and everything like that, if you go down there and actually move around in these sections and realize what's going on in there, it's just everyday life in there.
I
Like,
understand. The
that's,
reason
it's so flooded, it doesn't,
The reason I go over these disciplinaries is because the board's going to want to know about them.
Yes.
Want to know information. So that's why I'm going over these. I know the situations that happen in prison. I'm aware of those. But we still have to go through these just so that I can give this information to the board as far as that goes. So tell me about your November, your 2 possession of drugs in November. On the 1st and the 10th.
On the 1st of 10th of November of last year. Was it possession of alcohol? What was it? Alcohol, tobacco, or?
One's a drug pipe, is what it indicates. Another one's syringe and Suboxone.
They are probably like it's probably like a smoke pipe, probably like what you would call
So why were you in possession of them? That's what I'm getting down.
it's what would you put it? It's how do they always word it? It's a local area. Some of these items I've been hit for are not even necessarily mine. It's
They're
just
found in a common area.
common area. Mhm.
Tell me about your, the November 11th evidence tampering, refuse, resist, arrest movement. Tell me about that one.
Refusal of arrest. I have fought on that, and I kind of am in the implications of still fighting with IDHO. I have a not guilty from Garlock with I have the paperwork. Didn't bring it, but I have a not guilty from Garlock with without prejudice because of the way they pushed it. Garlock left her job and they refiled for that same incident, and they found me guilty of that 815, which
Okay.
I'm starting to fight because I have a not guilty without prejudice. And she left her position, and it's kind of just been.
But you're still working through that one.
Mhm.
Okay. And then, like I said, you've got 2 other ones, disorderly conduct from January and then a violating any contract January. I'm not going to talk to you about those ones just because they are pending cases as far as that goes. Tell me what you've learned since you've been incarcerated, if anything.
If anything, I've learned mostly, honestly, if I haven't taken the time to specifically set out certain things, like I have obtained my high school degree since I've been incarcerated. That happened in the county though. Same time, I've not been released yet. I have obtained a couple certificates to a lot of classes, living at 5, the Covey class I've participated in, and there's a lot of things I've taken it away, but at the same time is like, what do I deal with in an everyday situation? And what I end up taking away from it is not very many positive things. This place has been it's been very a setback, especially to my age and everything like that. I'm not really absorbing anything positive being here. Everything else I'm just learning is just it's negative.
Learned in your programming.
In my programming, I've learned there's things like your breathing techniques, the way you obsess with better communication, the way we communicate with each other and a lot of stuff like that. And I've been able to take away a lot from that and to apply that, especially when it comes down to dealing with like gangs and everything else like that. You have to learn how to, if anything, what I've learned is how to communicate really well in here. Because if you don't have that kind of charisma and if they don't like you, you're just gonna get.
So are you learning to communicate or are you learning to manipulate?
I'm learning to survive.
Okay. Okay. Prior to coming to prison, have you ever had any issues like in the juvenile world or anything where you were incarcerated, like detention or anything?
I have
have juvenile driving charges, just speeding and reckless driving charges, crossing double yellows and stuff like that. And those have those did push into time, that pushed me into group homes and stuff like that of alike. And I do believe that if the system would have been a little bit more caring, I might not just be here today.
Okay. What do you feel like moving forward is going to help you?
What do I feel like moving forward? What, say that again?
Like in the future, what do you feel like is going to help you moving forward so you don't end up back in this type of a situation?
Foremost, my family.
Okay.
My family is here to support me in lots of trajectories. Just recently, my grandfather, John Paulins, sent in a letter with a academic reference to I believe it's the John Vulcan Academy in British Columbia, and it's kind of like a rehabilitation slash recovery, kind of like Red Barn, but a little bit better.
Okay.
My obviously, you can see behind me a lot of my support, and everybody it would be here for my integration. If I was able to commune back into the community and everything like that, I know every single person that is here and that is also that wish they could be here would help me progress in a lot of these functions. I feel like there's a lot more treatment, and there's a lot more for me outside of this situation. I feel like my soul feels punished, and I acknowledge my situation, and I of course have remorse for people I put through everything in here and my victims and everything else like that. And it would be a lot more if I could be outside and to be able to receive a better stability than what is offered in here.
And I understand that you do have serious charges. And the board is going to want completion of something. They'll take into consideration what you've done, of course, but they're going to have concerns about those disciplinaries. And that's why we go over those.
I believe that the disciplinaries come with being in here. I think your percentage is like almost 90% inmates collect a disciplinary every 30 days. I think that being in here holds you in here. The disciplinaries come because of my situation in here.
And I understand, sir, that this is not an easy situation. I get that. But you make the choices every day. That's the reality of it. Listen to what I'm saying. It's my time to talk. You made the choices that got you the disciplinaries. I understand it's a difficult situation. I really do. I meet with people every day going through this stuff. I get it. But I hear a lot of blaming also. And that's a problem. I do understand you do have remorse for the victims in your cases, in those situations. But in everything here, I hear excuses. And I'm just telling you that that's what I'm seeing and that's what I'm hearing. The board is going to be the one to make the final decision in your case. The reason we go over these things is because they're going to have questions. They're going to want to know that you are going to be safe going out in the community. And I do see that you do have supports here, which is good. Because I can tell you from a lot of the hearings that I do go through, they don't have a lot of supports like you do that are in this room. So you do have some advantages, for sure. You're lucky you're here on the charge that you're on and not on something more serious. I get that. But you need to work to take the opportunities to get what you can get from this situation that you're in, because the board can easily come back and say, you know what? The concern that we have is all the disciplinaries you've got. It doesn't seem like you've learned as much or learned anything in this situation, and they could extend the time that you're here. And I'm not saying this to try and beat you down. I'm just saying this as a matter of fact. And I understand it's probably not something you want to hear, but it's something that I'm telling you just so that you are aware of. What would you like me to know at this point? What would you like the board to know at this point?
I would like the board to know, to have some enlightenment and investigation into the situation of my case. It's a heinous crime, but there's a reason why it's at a deliberation of what its needs. I was sentenced at 2 mitigations from jury for imperfect self-defense. No reasons being that the victim who has prior assaults assaulted my mother and myself and caused surgery into my mother. And so I'm here for defending my family and defending my residency.
Understand that.
No other reasons was I ever found guilty on anything like an illegal firearm. Everything was legal possession. It was defensive habitation. And here I am punished into this system. This prison has nothing to offer. Everything in this prison has to offer is extortment, money extortment, physical extortment, fear, and prejudice. That's all is here. That's all it is. You tell me that your programs are here. The programs are ran by gangsters or dropout gangsters. Everything included from your Level Up Bear 4 program or your Solid program. It's all the same. It's all used in the same situation. There's not much for me to do here because I can't even participate in the classes you offer because you have short staff. I do as much as I can and I don't get zero recognition because I completed my high school in the county. I
put that
completed
down there.
Covey.
You can put that in your
I've completed living at 5 in Covey in the county, and I appreciate that, ma'am. Thank you. I'm very distraught. My soul hurts, and I'm at the point where I'm fighting for my survival in here every day. And I don't think you realize that the little write-ups I receive have anything to do with the bigger picture and the threat that is in this prison. I receive these write-ups because I have foremost mental health concerns. I can be belligerent and I can be disrespectful to staff. I understand that. But for me in communicating with these staffs, they put in positive C notes and they've given me their recognition and I've apologized to these people. When it comes to my drug use, when it comes to the Suboxone and the syringes, it comes because this prison has nothing to offer, but just all you want and all you're looking for is an escape from the torment that this place is. And I had something written today and I forgot it. And so I'm kind of in this position where I'm kind of having to go for my emotions.
Well, if you
And-
want to, you're more than welcome to submit that letter to the board, and I can put that in your file so the board can review that as well.
I've tried to submit my PSI twice now. You guys have sent me a PSI, a post-sentence report for me to fill out. And both times they've been denied by my caseworker. I have a struggle completing them in their guidelines. They've given me like 3 days to complete them, both times. And by the time it's completed and I give it to them, they're like, you can't send it in. It's too late. And they won't send it in for me. When I've done a lot of these things and then I feel like I get shut down. I feel like a lot of the system works with each other to help each other not get
You should
anywhere.
be- There's no reason you should be able to submit that. If they're
My
not,
caseworker denies me.
listen, if they're not allowing you to do that, you can go to a higher supervisor as well to get that stuff submitted. There should be no reason that they're denying that. So that I'm saying if they are, then you should try and go to a higher position. I'm going to make a note of that also in your report so that the board has that information. And just so you know, I know I haven't been writing everything that you've been telling me, but I do listen to my hearings over while I'm writing my reports to make sure that I get all of the information in as we go through this, okay?
Thank you.
If you are paroled, sir, if the board chooses to parole you, what are your plans?
And my plans are foremost to assess with True North treatment in Orem, where I would preferably like to parole to. I have possibly 2 addresses I could be at after receiving treatment for just the addiction needs and stuff like that.
What's the relationship of the addresses? I don't need the
Um,
addresses because this is live streamed, but who's the relationship?
Mother and grandparents. Pushing forward with getting my MAT treatment assessed, my medically assessed treatment. I would push on to therapy again with my therapist Karina Hayden, which has been a big support model. She is she's been able to write me and give me character reference, and she's been a good support. She she's willing to help me get in and get things assessed, like for my PTSD coming from my childhood traumas and stuff like that, so I could assess my trauma and I could assess it. So I don't fall back on myself. If the way I see it is, if I can get my structure and get the things that I now know that are legally accessible, like MAT and like medical marijuana treatment and stuff like that, I'd have the ability and support, especially with good therapy and family support, that I wouldn't fall and succumb to the percentile of a lot of people in this prison. I'd be able to escape and hopefully never return here. I don't want to say I'm that return guest. This is my first experience. I've never been to jail more than once, and I've never been to detention more than once. Every time I've been, it's been a one steady time. I don't get out for a long time. And there was a time where I was in juvenile justice custody, and a lot of that felt like a long time, just a lot of time wasted. What's up?
Was that the Proctor homes you were talking about?
A lot of time wasted, a lot of time where I could be schooling or enlightening myself. Like I would like to say I'm intelligent to the point where I'm able to teach myself things. And if I put my mission into something, and I put my mind into something, I can receive it. When I'm stuck in places like here, I struggle. I do struggle. There's not much offered here. And I'm really looking forward to being able to access the what is available outside of here. Ready for a change.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. Any of your supports here can look on the Board of Pardons website. Once that decision has been made, they would be able to see that before you and probably give you the information, just because you'll get a hard copy, which takes a little longer for you to get. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
You do have a 14-month guideline, which puts you at February of last year, which is clearly indicated. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. The board can still continue to go past that guideline with recommendations or with requirements or conditions for you to complete prior to the opportunity of parole. You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at December 20th, 2027. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me?
I have a question. That I understand my cases were globalized, and I understand that doesn't give any jurisdiction to the board, that I've been able to close out these cases and get credit for time served.
You were given 233 days credit for time served, but that did not close your cases out. The reason you're here is because the Board of Pardons has jurisdiction over your cases.
Those 2 last pending cases
Oh, no, not those 2 cases. I'm talking about
the initial
original
manslaughter.
cases,
Yeah.
yes. Those other 2 cases, that's one of the reasons why we didn't really talk about them, is because
No.
those were already taken care of in the court system. One was dismissed and one was given credit for time served. So we do not have jurisdiction over those cases, yes. Any other questions, sir?
I just, if I could say my piece just to, if, I don't know if my victim is watching, but I apologize. He was once a friend, and it's just, this has been a long time going on. It sucks.
Well, with that, sir, we will go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ready to go? This is a rehearing for Adam Green, number 221756. Is that you, sir? My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate? Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing and get your blue disclosure packet? So that, I think you know, the blue disclosure packet, that's the new information that the board has received since your last hearing. We'll be considering all of that. The board will after today's hearing. I do want to note, On Monday, so the 10th, we sent you a copy of Dr. Malm's psychological evaluation. It's dated February 5th, 25. Did you get a copy of that? Okay, did you have a chance to review it? Okay, feel comfortable moving forward today? If you want to, we can reschedule, but if you, okay. I do note, I read your letter that you sent us, talking about plans, desire for treatment, comments about the various disciplinaries. I'm planning on going over each of the disciplinaries so you can have a chance to talk about them. Also, that California case, that the attorney correspondence regarding that. Just wanted you to know, I've read it. I may not go into detail about all that, but I've provided a summary for the board. Okay, maybe at the end of the hearing we can do. So I'm planning on, I'll give a review of what's happened leading up to today. I have some questions for you. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you read your letter and then you can make any other statements you want, okay? Looks like you arrived at the prison in November of 2022. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and 5 years. There's 3 separate cases in which you're committed to prison. The facts of those cases were discussed at your last hearing. I'm familiar with what was discussed at that hearing. The board will consider the facts of those cases, but I'm not going to go over that again with you today. If you have any comments you would like to make, please feel free to do so, however.
Okay.
You have an expiration date of August 13th of 2027, so that's the longest amount of time the board can retain jurisdiction as of now. Based on your convictions, your guideline calls for 40 months of incarceration. That would lead to you being released on June 19th of this year. Obviously, the board is not bound by those guidelines. They'll look at all aggravating, mitigating factors from in your case as a whole to determine what's appropriate. I do know you had your original hearing in April 23. After that hearing, the board scheduled today's hearing. They requested the psychological evaluation. I do note in August of 2023, the Department of Corrections reported that criminal charges were being screened in relation to an August 29th, 2023 incident. They gave an LEB number, an incident report number. They said, the report said that they would update the board as things changed. We haven't received anything. We've been tracking that. There's been no update. Just wanted to note that on the record. You know, it's been a year and a half since that report was made. So the board will have that information and take appropriate action if they deem that.
Also had case manager Callahan look into that, and he said that as far as he can see, there's nothing. And I called the Salt Lake legal defender, and they said they have no cases.
Yeah, I checked too. Nothing's pending. Nothing's been filed. And the board may reach out to see the status of it, but I'll note your comment.
And I also submitted in the letter that I had originally wrote the board, the grievance and appeal for that write-up because of the whole circumstances of the incident that happened.
Okay, and I'll double.
And also LEB had, when they came to investigate, like to question me, they said that he could tell that I was not the aggressor and that I was defending myself, which is what had happened, so.
Okay, and I'll note that I to be honest with you, I'm gonna have to go read your letter in more detail when I finalize my report. I saw the gist of it, but I don't remember all the details, so I'll check again tomorrow, and in all the comments you make today, I'll note those as well. Looks like since your last hearing, you completed the challenge program, anger management, unlock thinking, open mind, ideas for better communication. You've worked on high school, and you're currently in MRT, right? And Inside Out Dad, also 7 Habits on the inside. So you've done quite a bit of programming. You've been in classes.
Be Your Best leadership course as well.
Right now?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I also signed up, it starts on the 15th, a class in the chapel called Own Your Own Release.
Is that like a transition class?
I think so.
Okay. What have you learned? What insight have you gained? Thoughts from the classes you've taken?
So one of the things that really changed my life and put me in a better direction as far as where I need to go is I learned, like in anger management, that anger is an emotion. And see, I had always attributed aggression and hostility with anger, which actually those are reactions, you know, those are actions of anger. And so like the way I expressed my anger wasn't normal as far as like if you got angry, you know, it would go straight to aggression and hostility. So that's one thing I learned about that. And the ideas for better communication, there was a video that was shown from an old life skills class that they don't offer anymore, psychology of the brain. And it had described how like the trauma that these kids were going through had affected the way their brain developed and, in turn affected the way that they were later on in life. So I took that into consideration. MRT, it also states that as an infant, that's when we start learning to like get our needs met, like through manipulation or just, I guess like selfish desires, and so all these things like had really allowed me to start realizing what I needed to do, which was to change my thinking. But I also had realized that the trauma that I've incurred in my life had like made me feel that the aggression, the hostility was acceptable, and that's how for a long time I had got my needs met. But it really wasn't until February of 2022 when I got sober that I started being able to troubleshoot myself and figure out, hey, this isn't the issue. Then I went to, okay, the places that I'm living. I was moving around a lot and I was blaming, this certain city for my choices and my behavior and then blaming other things. And so it just ultimately resulted to me being able to start taking accountability and, fixing myself. So.
From Dr. Malm's report, it sounds like you two discussed some of these things and talked about potential treatments and ideas as far as that goes as well. So we can check into that in a minute.
And I have all this stuff in my letter too.
Okay.
So,
And I'll make sure I'm summarizing all that. Unfortunately, with a 20-minute hearing today, I'll
Right.
take some time tomorrow and make sure that's all presented to the board. And obviously, we have that in the file. So,
Right.
and then as you read your letter as well.
Right.
You do have some disciplinaries. I'll review your letter in more detail tomorrow. I do want to give you a chance to make any statements today as well. There was a incident, so August 29th. This is the one I previously referred to, the BO2 in current altercation that was that looks like observations and conversations with others was confirmed. There was an altercation of some kind. So what happened in this incident?
Because this is not private and, the public can see, I just would prefer not to discuss
So-
it. Everything that you need to know though is in
In the letter?
packet.
Okay. Well, I'll refer to that and make sure I'm accurately reflecting your statements to the board. September 6th, 2023, refused command. It looks like there's a bed change. It says you made threats to a newly signed cellmate. I guess because you didn't want to make that change. Is that accurate? What happened here?
I honestly can't even remember.
Okay, so you can't remember making a threat of some kind to prevent a housing change?
I don't remember what that,
Do you remember getting the disciplinary?
what year was that?
23, September 6, 2023. LS1 section officer, I noticed an inmate of pending bed change. I notified an inmate of pending bed changes. The inmate gave threats to the newly assigned cellmate. The inmate left in the current assigned cell and was notified of a write-up. The other report on the IPR says, quote, inmate Green refused to comply with an order that was reasonably expected to obey by making threats to prevent his move.
I don't even
Don't remember?
know.
Okay. Then October 14th, 23, there's a BO2 812. Says he destroyed a state-issued smock at the time. You remember that incident?
Yes, I do.
What happened here?
So I was in a padded room and it was a whole incidence of, I've had quite a few struggles in this environment because this is not equivalent to a psychiatric hospital. The care is completely different than anybody would receive in a psychiatric hospital. And so some of those write-ups like that one were to get needs met of medication, and they weren't allowing me to see a nurse or talk to mental health staff to be able to get medication that I had needed. So what I will, and all this stuff is in my letter. And so, all I can tell you is that it describes my behavior and why, I was the way I was. But, the incident of covering the camera on September 1st, like they took me from Green and didn't even have me speak to any medical staff, any mental health staff. They just took me straight from population in Green, straight to the psych hall. Never spoke to anybody. And at that point, I was so angry that I hadn't slept for like 4 or 5 days and stressed out, and I needed medication. And every time they'd walk by in their 10-minute check, they'd just ignore me. But I don't even know how they could just take me over there without me speaking to medical.
And this is the two from September 1st,
That
24.
was one of them. The other one was I had picked up trash on the yard and I found a piece of fence that I was using for crocheting. And they found that and they claimed that it was a weapon. But if you look at the picture, you could clearly tell it wasn't like sharpened or made into a weapon,
You
but
say you're using it for crochet?
correct.
Is it part of the fence?
Yeah. And I have an appeal that I submitted with the letter and also.
I think that's in your letter too, right? Okay.
But it's just been really difficult, like to get medications that I've needed. Like I tried to get them to give me a PRN, so that way if there was an incident, to avoid a crisis of going to the psych hall or whatever was going on at the time, I could just take the medication, calm down, and everything would be fine. But because of the way it is here, it is what it is. Now going forward, I don't behave in that way anymore. But
Hey.
I had to change my thinking. And again, all this is in this letter that I was.
That you'll be reading, okay. I mean, if you'd like to at this point, because I was gonna ask, you haven't had a disciplinary for 5.5 months. That's a positive improvement. If you want to read your letter, or I was gonna ask insight into that and how you've achieved that.
Okay, so first I want to thank the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole for their time and consideration for me to be granted parole. When I received the decision from my original hearing, it was not easy and it was difficult for me to accept. My sentence in the past, I was just doing what I could to get released from incarceration as fast as possible, just to come back as fast as possible. I will stay on the record, that I've been given so many chances throughout my life, even through Utah. Like it took 4 cases to bring me to prison in the beginning, and so, but I took advantage of that. I have since realized that my past behavior and my past choices are the cause of my problems that I have had in my life. This change in my thinking allowed me to finally be able to take full accountability. Once I stopped blaming everything and everyone else for the results of my actions, I was able to start owning the choices that I have made. By changing my thinking, I have changed my actions. What is different now than the last hearing is I challenged my beliefs. I challenged my belief that it was a certain circumstance instead of my actions that led me to my past criminal behavior. I have learned more about myself in the last year than I have in the last 20 years of my life. In the last year, I was able to start prioritizing what I value and also get rid of unrealistic expectations I used to have about life. The time I have served on this sentence since my original hearing has given me the time to figure out who I had become, who I want to be, and what caused my pain. I'm also grateful for the contract psych evaluation that was ordered, on the 5th. It helped me to fully understand myself. I was diagnosed with bipolar by the staff here. I feel that diagnosis was inaccurate, especially since that contract psych evaluation. I had so much aggression and hostility from past trauma that they thought my aggression and hostility that kept me up for days was mania. And that's, the staff that had diagnosed me here. The more I learned from life skills classes and therapists, the more I realized that I am not bipolar. I never had ups and downs, just up from the aggression and the hostility, because that would give me the adrenaline and just keep me feeling really, it was a false sense of power. That's what it had done for me. And that's why in that evaluation, Dr. Mohammed said that, anger had become my drug, because really it was like a drug. And like I said about once I became sober, I started being able to really look at things and realize that I was just putting it on this circumstance or that circumstance. And ultimately, the anger had replaced the drugs because it gave me that false sense of power, that false sense of control. And I learned that, knowing now what I know from my adopted dad. But I am now diagnosed with developmental trauma disorder. And again, that's because of the evaluation that you guys had ordered that allowed me to know that, because the staff here, I don't even think is really aware of that. Like the evaluator had said, that they typically diagnose people that have the developmental trauma disorder with bipolar. And so anyways, I learned in anger management, as I told you, that anger is an emotion, not an action. That's aggression. My motivation to be better is my family, but most of all, for myself. I realize my children, my mother, and those who love me and all the victims of my crimes have been hurt because of the choices I have made. My mother and children are currently struggling financially, and I would love to be given the chance to parole so I can help take the financial burden off of them and go back to work. I'm asking the Board of Pardons and Parole if they will please grant me a release date of no earlier than August 2025. This way I can finish all the classes I am currently participating in and can make all the arrangements needed to have a successful reentry. If I am granted parole, I would also like to be able to parole to Building Beginnings in Spanish Fork, Utah, and participate in their intensive outpatient substance abuse sober living program. I would like everybody to understand that if I stay incarcerated or if I am released, I will still continue to be doing what I am now, making a positive change for the way I manage my emotions, which affects my behavior and helps me to make good choices. In this way, I will change my actions for the better and thus better the world.
Well, your written submissions leading up to today's hearing were quite thorough. It sounds like you agree with the recommendations and opinions given in Dr. Malm's evaluation. What you've read today is consistent with the notes I've taken from what you submitted prior to the hearing as far as release plan. You still taking the same medications as you were at the time of Dr. Malm's? Okay.
Yes.
And still feel like those are helping and, okay.
Sure. But I mean, ultimately, I mean, the sleep had played a big factor of what I said in my first hearing, but really it was the aggression. You know, I flipped the police officer off and got him to stop the Weber County deputy. That's what initiated the whole process of my last arrest, was me with my aggression and hostility. I didn't physically assault him, but I did verbally assault him. But either way, it doesn't matter. My choices led to me being here now.
Okay.
And I'm grateful that I did get the time that I, have had. So, because if I would have just got what they had offered me, which was 6 months in jail back on probation, I would have still continued to make the same choices that I was and continued to be the same angry, well, not just angry, but aggressive person that I was.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for preparing that letter and also for your written submissions. It helps me in preparing. I'll go back tomorrow and make sure that I'm accurately reflecting to the board and reporting to the board all your statements regarding the disciplinaries, et cetera. We are out of time at this point. Is there any other final comments you'd like to make?
I just would like to say, I could expirate, terminate, whatever you guys want to do, but I would like to be able to have the chance to successfully complete parole. That is something that I think will be more beneficial to me than just expirating, but either way, you won't ever see me again once I'm released. Like, this is it for me. So thank you.
Okay. With that, what I'll do is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I'll include what we talked about. I'll review and then make sure I'm including everything you've written
Okay.
to us. I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. Decision can be made in a couple of days sometimes. Sometimes it does take a few weeks. It requires a majority vote. We'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So
Okay.
with that, Mr. Green, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Answer my questions. I wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
All right.
We'll just get on the record and then start. Turn this over. Okay. This is a rehearing for Khalid Mohammed, number 211383. Is that you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that disclosure packet contains the new information that we've received since your last hearing. The board will be considering that as they make a decision in your case. Are there any errors or inaccuracies in that disclosure packet that you'd like to discuss with me?
No, Honor.
Okay. Well, what I'm planning to do today, I'm going to give a quick review of what's happened leading up to today's hearing. After that, I have some questions for you. Then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record, okay? Looks like you returned from your second parole in September of 2023. You had a parole violation and original hearing in September of 2024. I think you had been convicted and committed to prison on a new case at that time. After that hearing, the board accepted your admissions to the allegations of parole violations, revoked your parole, and scheduled today's hearing. They requested a mental health psychological review and a sex offender treatment program assessment. The board said it expected you to participate in cognitive behavioral therapy at that time. I note that we received the psychological review, but we've not received the sex offender treatment program assessment, so that's kind of where we stand as things are now. To review, you have a maximum expiration date of July 6th, 2033. So that's the 1 to 15-year sentence from 2019. That's the longest amount of time the board retains jurisdiction over your case. Based on your 2024 case, the most recent case, your guideline calls for 14 months of incarceration. That guideline passed in November of 2024, so we're now past your guideline. Obviously, the board is not bound by that guideline, and they consider your case as a whole to determine the appropriateness of a release, and if so, the timing conditions of any such release. I do note that the board received a federal immigration detainer on September 27th of 2023. That's the same day that you returned to the facility from your second parole. That detainer says probable cause exists that, quote, that you are, quote, a removable alien. It says that that is based on, quote, a final order of removal against yourself. In that document, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, so the federal government, requests that we notify them of your release so that they can take custody of you, okay? So any release from the state prison will be to that detainer. The federal authorities will have the option of taking custody and doing any sort of deportation proceedings that are deemed necessary by them, okay? I note that the psychological review expressed some confusion about that, so I just wanted to state that and state my understanding of where we stand, okay? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, Honor, but they just want to deport me.
I don't have any information other than the detainer that we received.
Yeah.
So the federal government has requested that when you're released from our custody, they want to take custody. So they say probable cause exists, that they say that a final order of removal has been entered in your case. So that's kind of up to the federal government as far as the proceedings of deportation, et cetera. So, yeah. Really, for purposes of the board, if you are granted parole, it will likely include what's called immigration conditions. So what that means is the first condition would be submit to federal authorities for deportation proceedings. If you are deported, do not remain in the United States or Utah without lawful permission And if you are not deported, you need to report to adult probation and parole so that we can have conditions for your parole, okay? Are you willing to comply with those conditions? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, Honor, yes, makes sense.
Okay. All right. So I have some questions for you about what's new since your last hearing, but I wanted to give you a chance first. What would you like the Board of Pardons to know?
I don't know, but I mean, there is a lot of things going on in my life. I see a lot of stuff, what's going on, but if I explain for somebody or something what's going on, everything like people, they think like, whatever I say, it's not make sense, you know. I'm just confused what's going on, everything, you know, those days. I see something and I hear something always, and I can relate it like whatever. It's like, I don't know what's between me and other people, the way I feel. But if I explain something like it's gonna be like something weird, or people they think like I'm saying something like it don't make sense. But I see every time. Like last time, I was my house and my roommate. They did to me something, and it's gonna be. It was July 14, 2023. July 14, 2023, and even I talked to my parole officer, Mr. Jacob Down. And he told me, sorry, I hear what happened to you. And I don't know, but some kind of be like, still something like that I can feel. So that's what I feel right now. That I explain, but I can't explain even.
If I'm understanding correctly, you said your roommate did or said something to you that
Yeah.
led to the case that you returned to prison on. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, Honor, yes.
And what happened? What is it that you'd like the board to know about that?
It's something like, I don't know, I have right, I'm a human, you know, like everybody. But the thing is, like, sometimes, like, I feel like people, they don't treat me like a human. They treat me more than worse, like animal or whatever. It's like, it's something not exist in this world. And then it bugged me always, and it hurt my feeling. And the when I say, like, my roommate, I don't know, it was the fridge, I was put some food, you know, we shared in one room, and it was 6 bathroom. No, sorry, 5 bathroom and two bath, and everybody have his own room. But so we are shared for the refrigerator, fridge, and the kitchen. Everybody, all, you know. There is Larry, even one guy. His name is Larry. He's old man. He was my neighborhood. He was my roommate, same house, and he told me something too about what's going on, everything. And I almost died too when I eat the food and I lay down in my bed. It was nighttime. I woke up in the next day. Same, even the flower. I woke up on the flower. And I don't know, I changed everything. My body look like dying, and I feel like dry since now. And I smell sometimes like something I never smelled before. My skin is smile, and like somebody died, something like that. And they told me something too, and I talked to even Officer Jacob Down. It was July 14, I think. It was Friday night or Saturday night. I remember, and he said, like, I know Muhammad was going on. I don't know how he knows, but he said, I know what's going on, Muhammad, and sorry about what happened to you and whatever they did to you people. It was the people, even the bikers, riding the bike. And Larry, he ride it back too. That was his friend. And since now, I'm feeling like I die, or, you know, my skin, like I'm feeling dry every time, like somebody dry. Even if I take shower or if I don't take shower, I'm still like my skin is like smile, like somebody dead, you know, it's smile like a dead person.
You feel that now? Or that was back then?
Every time, yeah,
Now?
since now, yeah. And even sometimes, like, I try to talk to officers, explain for them how, you know, like, I like to be clean, but I cannot get out my skin or my body. I don't know what's that mean, but when I ask, like, can you judge me the sheet or blanket or, you know, the mattress, they don't do. And
But if someone else I see every day, they do quick everything, whatever somebody else asking. Like especially today, you know, like it hurt my feeling because like if they come to officer in my house and they ask me, Muhammad, you want to see the board? I say, yeah. They say, let's go right now, let's go. And then I say, can you give me like second, 5 minutes? I brush my teeth and I wash my face. They say, no, no, you're not doing that. Let's go. And then they stand in my door. And there is one guy upstairs. He went upstairs and they ask him some question and it's gonna be like the same thing, you know. And they wait him and then they go back and they bring it back. But I don't know. That's what I feel in honor. I try to be honest, but
You've not been able to do any treatment or programming. You're in Antelope right now. I think, so no, what class, do you have any classes available to you?
yes, honor. I did addiction recovery and I got certificate. And then right now I'm doing what they call hustle.
Hustle 2.0?
2.0, yeah. I did the application and I'll do the second one, position or something like that, possession.
For what?
The first book, yeah.
The class?
Yeah, first class I'm doing.
Like a
first
book in your cell that you can work on?
Yeah, I was doing almost finished too right now.
You finished one?
I didn't finish, but I almost finished.
You're almost finished,
Yeah,
gotcha.
I do every day a little bit. I'm doing little by little, so something like
Okay.
it's tough too. I can't understand.
What does your day look like? What do you do?
My daily,
What do you do every day? What's your
honor,
routine?
mostly like I just walk. Sometimes I do a little exercise, or sometimes I watch TV, or sometimes I play card game. People play card game. That's my day. Mostly I do, and I pray too. Every day I pray. I try to practice my religion. I don't know. Sometimes people they think like what I'm doing is weird, but it look like weird when I pray. I'm a Muslim, you know. I was born Muslim and I grew up Muslim, and I don't care really religion, you know. Any kind of all religion, the people same, you know. Christianity, Jewish, Muslim, people they all same. We all are human, but people sometimes like I don't know. I see a lot of something going on. I don't know how to explain, but.
Okay. Do you know, are you, because you're in maximum security restricted housing right now,
Yes.
do you know if you'll be able to get to general population? Have you talked to your case manager about that?
Yes, they told me like right now we only give you have only 2 months. If you finish this program, hustle program, 2 or 1.2,
Yeah.
you going back. That's what they told me. That's why I was trying to do the program.
So if you complete the hustle program in 2 months, you'll be able to go back to general population.
That's what they told me, yeah, but I'm not sure.
And then at general population, would you be willing to do classes if you're in general population?
Yes,
You're
yes,
willing
honor.
to?
Yes.
Okay. I know you don't have any new disciplinaries since your last hearing. You had 3 before that, so you've not had any disciplinaries. That's a positive change since your last hearing. What's helped you avoid the disciplinaries?
Mostly like I learning my lessons. I learning my lesson and my experience, and I know it's something is not okay. So I just using my experience. I stay away from everything from something bringing me in trouble.
Okay. Did you receive and review the psychological review from Dr. Peck?
Yeah, yes, doctor. Yeah.
You read that?
No, he was writing down, but he asking me some question, and
Yeah.
I was answering.
Okay. Did you read this? Did you have a chance to look at this and review this?
The doctor from
Yeah.
the doctor.
Do you know what it says?
Not really.
Okay. Well, okay, so Dr. Peck, he lists diagnoses of alcohol use disorder, notes that you're in a controlled environment right now. Stimulant use disorder, methamphetamine, again, currently in a controlled environment. Opioid use disorder, currently in a controlled environment. Major depressive disorder, mild with anxious distress, and history of abuse or neglect. Do you have any thoughts about those diagnoses, the mental health side of things that Dr. Peck says there?
Maybe, yeah.
Do you think those are accurate?
I'm not sure.
Okay. In the board packet you sent to us, you said you don't have any diagnoses. How's your mental health, would you say, right now? Do you know what that means, your mental health?
Mental health, like, sometimes I got stress, you know, like I feel kind of be stressed, but everything, you know, like everything is, I feeling like it's against me or everything is like opposite to me. So like make me more stressed, but I just have stress sometimes, but.
And how's your stress level right now recently? Has it been better or worse, or
Oh,
how you
really, it's
feeling?
better.
Better recently?
Yes.
What helps?
I help me my medication. I take some medication, some medication from the stress or exciting. I think they help me. They give me sometimes energy and they make me my mind is straight and I'm feeling better, stuff like that.
Okay, so the medications you're taking help with that, with your anxiety? and
Yes,
depression?
yes, honor. Yes.
Have you taken medications in the past or just recently?
No, I take the bus too.
In the past as well?
Yes.
Always the same type of medications for anxiety?
No, really, it's different.
Different?
Always it's different, yeah, mostly.
What have you taken in the past? For what types of symptoms did they treat?
Medication names?
Not even names, or, were they for depression, anxiety, for what?
Oh, depression and exciting, yeah.
Okay. Dr. Peck states that you do not present with a severe and persistent mental illness. It notes some past comments at board hearings. He gives the opinion that at times, some of your mental health episodes have been related to substance abuse. You have been under the influence of drugs at the time. He says that he spoke with multiple staff members here at the facility who said they have not experienced seen you with any sort of mental health type behavior or crises that they've been reported to the doctor. Would you agree with that? Sometimes when you have those mental health symptoms, do you think substance abuse is a risk factor related to that? Drug use?
Yes, yes.
So when you feel the anxiety, depression, sometimes you've explained today, feeling like things are happening that you don't understand, does that get better when you're using drugs or worse? Or do you feel like that plays a part of that?
Yeah, honor, like maybe sometimes like you think you feeling getting better, so you can use the drugs, but sometimes like I feeling when I use the drugs, like it make me more worse, and that's why maybe I get in trouble. It relates, so it's not something good. I learning.
Okay. And alcohol use too, right? Correct? You've been using alcohol
Yes.
multiple times when these offenses occurred, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
As far as recommendations, the doctor recommends that you participate in substance use treatment. He says that needs to be a priority. Says you may be appropriate to be considered for intensive outpatient program in the community. The doctor recommends that you be paired with a case manager or caseworker who can assist with your immigration issues. Also that you participate in vocational rehabilitation program as well. Do you have any thoughts about those recommendations?
No.
Okay. And I've read some of your release plans. If you were granted release, a parole from here at the facility, what would your plan be?
My plan, I think like my brother, he live in Farmington, and he told me like right now I cannot help you, but I will help you when you come to the halfway house. From there, come talk to me, and we go from there. And maybe my plan is like I don't know, honor. Like I just want to be something in my life, you know, like. Always I've been locked up and I've been in jail mostly since I've been in America. I came 2010 February, and since 14 since now I'm in and out jail and prison. So I never get chance or opportunity get better life or to get doing good things for me and for myself and for other people too. The thing is like I would like to do like hard working, try whatever first job I get it, like housekeeping or warehouse. I'll work a lot of warehouse like machine operator stuff like that. But I would like to work hard and save money and go to school from there. Start the high school, get GID or program and GID or diploma from there, and then move to college and until go to university. I like to get education,
Okay.
and I would like to be like computer science, engineering, computer science. Yeah, so it's like I got future. I'm thinking better, and I want to do better in my life, and I want to make better life places in this world. I try to help people, especially like where I come from. The people they're hungry, Somalia, and they're poor, and they got civil war. I was trying thinking like get education and then go there one day and then make better places and help the people. That's my plan.
Those are the questions that I have for you. We're just about out of time, but are there any other statements or comments, anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, no.
Okay, so what I'll do from here, excuse me. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what we talked about at today's hearing in that report. Then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by a majority vote. Usually that takes between 2 to 4 weeks, but sometimes it can be a few days, can be longer. We'll send it to you in writing through the mail when the decision's made, and it'll also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. Quickly, I did want to, I think you have a pending case, a DUI case from your most recent parole. It's been pending since you've been back. It happened on your most recent parole. I think you admitted to the allegations, parole violation allegations related to this case. I think the court put the case on stay until you have a pretrial conference in March of 2025. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah,
you know what's going on with that?
I really don't know what's going on. Honor, like that was like something earlier I was talking about. Like
Yeah.
I'm just confusing because it's like when I got the DUI and they take me the officer, it was Roy Station, police officer, and then they take me to station.
Yeah. Have you gone to court on it?
Yeah,
Did
they
you
sent
go to
me court too. Yeah, but I didn't go to court.
You've never been to court on about this for this case?
I
No?
miss. Yeah, that's why I got a violation. When I come back, I think it was September. I'm supposed to be going. June.
Okay, but have you
Maybe.
tried to arrange that? Talk to your case manager about making an appearance in court on that?
Yes.
You have? So you're trying for that?
I will. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing. Thank you for being here. I wish you the best of luck moving forward.
Thank you, Honor, and thank you for God bless you, Honor. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
This is an original hearing for Isidro Perea, number 254300. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that disclosure packet contains the information that the board will consider as they make a decision in your case. I'm going to go over quite a bit of that with you today. So I'm going to give a review of your case, conviction, sentence, guideline date. We'll go over the one case in which you were committed to prison. After that, I have some questions to ask you about what you've been doing recently, your plans moving forward, et cetera. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word. You can state anything else you'd like to on the record. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to state any errors or inaccuracies with that disclosure packet. We can discuss them. Are there any errors in that disclosure you'd like to discuss with me?
Yeah, so I've told my caseworker multiple times that I have a high school diploma.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been asking for my transcripts since August 28th, the day I came to prison.
Okay.
Due to the fact of my school being shut down, it's hard for them to find my transcripts. So I had my family send in my my high school diploma, but due to the new mail policy, there's kind of been issues with that, so I haven't been able to receive it.
Okay.
Because I was gonna send it in to you guys. So
Well, how we'll move forward, I'll note your comment on that. I'll note that you got your high school diploma. You're working on getting a copy of it. I'll note that in my report for the board.
okay,
And then if you do get a copy, just send it to us and we'll get it in your file.
awesome.
Okay, any other errors?
My age, it does say I'm 23. I'm 22.
I show 22.
Oh, okay. So that was on my blue packet then.
Okay.
Because I did get a disclosure yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So and then my caseworker was like, "Hey, this was late," and so I went over it. Everything else was correct.
Everything's correct in there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so your age I have correct. Any other errors you'd like to discuss?
So it states that I haven't started CBT,
Mhm.
which so obviously I'm in maximum security, so I can't like physically do it. But I've completed the course, all the classes on the tablet. I asked my caseworker if he could print out all the certificates, and he only sent me one. He was out for like a month and a half.
What have you done on the tablet?
CBT.
A CBT related class on the tablet? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll note that as well. Nothing's been entered on OTRAC, but I'll note, and I reviewed in your written submissions, you've learned a lot on the tablet, built a resume, looking for some job interview skills, et cetera. So we'll kind of talk about programming in a minute, but I'll note, even though it's not been documented in OTRAC, your statement today, you have completed the CBT on the tablet.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, any other errors?
No, that's it.
Okay, so we'll note the age discrepancy, your high school diploma, and that you've done tablet CBT. Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Looks like your commitment offense is retail theft, felony 3. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. That will expire as of now on February 1st of 2029. So that's the maximum amount of time the Board of Pardons can retain jurisdiction.
Okay.
Your guideline calls for 14 months incarceration. That would lead to you being released on April 1st of 2025. The board's not bound by that guideline. They can release you before then or after that date, and they'll consider all relevant factors in your case to determine what's appropriate from there. I do note, it looks like the board did a scheduling review in September 2024. They set the expectation that you participate in cognitive behavioral therapy, so I'll note your comments about the tablet, comply with your case action plan, and have no disciplinary violations. As far as the case is 231700541, August of 2022. Looks like you and 3 co-defendants stole just under $2,000 worth of clothing from a department store, and you left with the merchandise. I think there was 2 similar incidents that happened in September. I don't think you were a part of those separate incidents, but they're in the report involved with co-defendants. Looks like you and the others involved were identified in October of 2022. I've read your written submissions about it. Looks like, you state you went into the clothing store with the intention to steal these clothes and stole them.
Right.
Is that accurate as to what occurred?
Yes.
I think the court ordered So the exact number, $1,967 in restitution, joint and several with several co-defendants. I think you were on probation briefly prior to arriving at the prison. Did you pay any restitution?
So no, I haven't got the chance to. But I'll be sure to pay restitution. I have a question about that. So is it split between me and my co-defendants, or do I have to, is it a one-sided thing with
So
me?
it's joint and several, which means all of you owe it.
Oh, okay.
Is kind of the legal, that's the outcome of the legal term there. So you and them owe that, right? So at this point, the board has ordered that it be converted to a civil judgment. So really, the Office of State Debt Collection would be who, if you're granted parole, if you get out on parole, or if you'd like to start making payments, talk to your case manager or your agent, Office of State Debt Collection, or that civil judgment, just to kind of make arrangements as far as that goes. But you and the co-defendants all are responsible for it.
Okay.
All right, looks like the commitment case, you're on probation. In that case, in April 2024, you were put on probation. I think it was 0 tolerance for absconding, 0 tolerance for quote, victim crimes. You had looks like domestic violence incident, June 2024. After that, you admitted the violation and were committed to prison. Yeah, looking back on probation, and the reason I bring up the probation's similar to parole, right? You have to have a stable residence, a residence of record, maintain a job, obviously, not engage in criminal behavior, not use substances, comply with those conditions. Thinking back on probation, if you're granted parole, what do you think you need to do differently in your approach so that you can obtain a different result?
I need to focus on what I need to do instead of my companion, as in girlfriend when I say that. I just need to focus on myself. The last 6 months, I've learned a lot within the last few years. I've learned more in the 6 months, you know what I mean? I'm gonna engage in healthy activities and find resources I can for parolees, So just focus on myself instead of someone else.
What was the plan on probation? Did you have a job at the time?
So I was only out for 5 days.
5 days, so it was after jail, quick.
Yeah. It was a Class B misdemeanor assault.
Yeah.
So
What was the plan? What were you planning on doing?
I was about to start work the next day, construction, with my brother.
Okay.
But due to the fact of me getting arrested, I wasn't able to
Plan fell
pursue
apart.
that. Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like, okay, we'll get to that in a minute. You did have a disciplinary October 18th, 2024. It's an AO5 weapon possession. I've reviewed the reports of that. That incident resulted now in a pending criminal charge in case 251901017, felony 2, possession of a weapon, ammo, escape tool, offender detainee. I think I checked yesterday, a pretrial conference was scheduled for today. Did
Yes.
that happen today? Or is that,
I had a, did you say pretrial?
or something was scheduled for today?
Yeah, so I did go to court today. I have court next Friday.
Next Friday?
So,
Okay,
yeah,
I'll check that tomorrow.
I did get the process started.
Okay. Due to the pending criminal charge, I'm not going to be asking about that incident. The board will not be making a release decision until that case is resolved. So it's possible after today's hearing, the board would set a paper review to track that case. What that means is, depending on the result, you may need another hearing to discuss what occurred if it results in board jurisdiction. If the case is dismissed or results, case closed or no board jurisdiction, the board could then look at your case as a whole and determine next steps, whether that be looking at a release decision or scheduling a hearing to discuss it. So I think that may be the result of today's hearing, a paper review to track it. Once things are resolved in the case, please let us know. That will trigger the process of taking next steps, okay?
So will I have to, when that does happen, will I have to come back here and talk to you, or?
So if that case, if you were to be sentenced to prison on it, an additional prison sentence, like to be served concurrently or consecutively to the one you're serving now, you would have to have an original hearing. Every case in which someone is committed to prison, by law, we have to conduct an original hearing like today's. So it just depends on the outcome of that case, right? Sometimes they don't result in board jurisdiction, sometimes they do. But just once it resolves, we'll have a staff member monitoring it, tracking it. once you let us know it's resolved, we'll look at it and make sure the process is followed appropriately. Then if you have questions, you can talk to your case manager or write to us as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so next time I see you guys, or you guys will ask about the incident?
Um, yeah, possibly. Definitely, if that results in board jurisdiction, you'll have a hearing where the primary purpose will be to discuss that. If it doesn't result in board jurisdiction, the board could schedule a hearing to talk about it. They would not be required to do so. And certainly, if you'd like to provide a statement, you can. I can't force you to not talk about it, but there, with the pending criminal charge, I'm not going to be asking you about that because anything, could be used as evidence in the case. So I'm not going to ask you about it. But certainly, if you'd like to, you can always provide a statement on that. But it depends. If it results in board jurisdiction, you would have a hearing for sure to talk about it. If not, the board could decide either to schedule a hearing or they could just look at the conviction, look at the reports, and decide we have all we need with that. So it's just up to them.
Okay, and then they usually set it out a year, 6 months, 3 months?
Usually they're 3 months, paper reviews. That's the max we do. So we have staff that look into it every 3 months. But then if it's resolved, we'll immediately look into it. So, but usually the paper reviews are 3 months.
Okay,
Not always, but usually that's what it is.
yeah, all right.
I note you also have a pending B12 abuse or misuse of medications from December 7th, 2024. I know this incident is pending, so you haven't had, your opportunity to be heard in IDHO. Because it's pending, I really, again, hesitate to ask about this incident. Would you like to provide a statement about that incident?
Yeah, so I was living, so for the record, before I address that write-up, I got housed with a gang member, and I'm not a gang member. I don't aspire to be one, and I'm not on file. So I'm not a gang member. They housed me with a gang member, a very high-profile gang member, and he was fishing his medication and got a write-up for it. And so he was complaining to one of the deputies on how it could have been me or him. So I received a write-up about 2 or 3, it was about 2 days later. And then I spoke with the officer today that wrote me up. And he said, just tell IDHO the truth and to tell her to go talk to him and he'll tell her what he thinks. Because he knows they weren't mine. So, he said he'll vouch for me.
Okay. Well, I'll note your comments as well so that the board is familiar with that statement.
Okay, thank you.
I've read your written statements about if you are granted parole, living with your family members, either Magna, Eagle Mountain, Taylorsville. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, so I will be living in Eagle Mountain
Okay.
when I do
Eagle Mountain.
parole
Okay.
with my aunt.
Then I have your written submissions. Thanks for submitting those in writing. It helps prepare for the hearing. But if and when you are eventually granted parole, if you're released, what would your plan look like?
So I will be living in Eagle Mountain with my aunt. I will have a job, construction with my brother, and I will start part-time towing cars with my best friend. He
Okay.
has his own towing business.
Okay.
And, I'll comply with standard conditions of parole and, try to complete it as soon as I can so I can be off parole.
And I think you're on probation in multiple cases. I think the state had motioned for prison commitments to be entered in multiple cases, but the judges decided to remain on probation. So you may have the dual supervision. I would imagine communication will be key with that if you do have conditions for both. So would encourage you to look into that.
Yeah, so I did go to court about a month ago. They tried to get me to do a new sentence on a case.
Yeah.
But I guess they couldn't do it, so I'll just remain on probation.
Yeah, I think
So-
there was 2 cases I saw that had that.
Yeah, so say I do go, when I do parole and I catch a violation or whatever, then I'll be sentenced to prison on that case.
Yeah, that
As
would be
well.
the possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. And you said you're not active STG?
no,
So I think the commitment case just says that the incident was gang related. I think your probation conditions included gang conditions. So you've never been involved with a STG?
no. So, before I came to prison, I wanted to make that clear that I don't hang out with gang members or aspire to be one. So it's hard in prison, you know, there's gang members everywhere, you know, or there's people that are trying to become a gang member. So, you know, they're not on file. So just, you know, but I'm not a gang member.
Okay. Why were the gang conditions included in your probation? Do you know? Was there an explanation for that?
Due to I caught a charge back in 2022. And they said they thought it was gang related. Like the Salt Lake Police Department was asking if I'm in a gang or, you know, so they thought I was in a gang or affiliated with gang members, but I'm not affiliated with gang members.
Okay. Those are the questions that I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
Like I said, I'm not a gang member. I'm not gonna join a gang while I'm incarcerated. You know, when I do get a parole date, you know, I'm gonna, you know, do everything I can to be proactive and healthy and, you know, do what I can to not, you know, reoffend and come back. So, you know, I appreciate you guys letting me come speak to you guys, you know. I'll be sure to resolve this case with the write-up, criminal charges within the next month, maybe, or two. So, you know, by the time I see you guys again, you know, I should be ready to parole and go home.
Okay. Certainly that's something that's within your control, picking up new felony offenses, right? This is a pending case, but certainly moving forward, keeping your eye focused on avoiding disciplinaries, avoiding those incidents, that's in your benefit. And, you know, that really can get in the way of goals that you have for yourself. So I'd encourage you to focus on that moving forward.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to know?
You know, I know you did say that anything I say can kind of be used as evidence. I've talked to my lawyer, so for that write-up, I just want to be clear for the record that it was found in the house, and I was unaware of it. The guy I was living with was trying to become a gang member. I was only in general population for 3 weeks. I was in an active gang member unit. I had to ask gang members to use the phone, so I was trying to get out of that unit, but it was hard. I was asking the sergeant, you know, like every day. So the SWAT CERT team had entered the unit, and my cellmate was like, "Hey, they're probably gonna search us," and they ended up searching us. So he took off his sweatpants because he had shorts under, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna just put these on your bunk. They're gonna just search us real quick. They're gonna strip search us." And I was like, "All right." And the SWAT team told me that there was a weapon found on my bunk, and he kind of put me on blast in front of, you know, a few gang members. So for my safety, you know, I took accountability for it, because you know, I'm in prison. You know, people that, you know, they use the word snitch, you know, they do get harmed. So, you know, I took accountability for my safety and my physical safety, you know.
Okay.
So I just want to, you know, be honest and tell you guys. So.
Okay. Well, what I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I will include what we've talked about today in that report. I'll then submit that to the members of the board. There's 5 board members. They make decisions by majority vote. Usually it can take anywhere from a few days to a few weeks for a decision to be made. Takes a majority, like I said. We'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website. Like I said, I anticipate probably a paper review to track that case, and then let us know when that's resolved, okay?
Okay, and then, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So a paper review is like, you guys will just send me a paper and then,
Paper review means, so we'll send a decision. That decision will likely say, schedule a paper review. Paper review means we'll have staff assigned that in a couple months or whenever we set the paper review, we'll look into the case and see if it's been resolved and then take appropriate action. But whenever it's resolved, if you let us know, we'll take action immediately. But paper review is just, we're monitoring it on paper. We're tracking what's going on with the case. Does that make sense?
yeah, awesome.
All right, well, thanks for being here and best of luck to you. We'll go ahead and conclude.
All right, you have a good day.
You too.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just getting on the record. All right, we're on the record. You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just gonna note the time. This is an original hearing for Leland McCubbin, number 65385. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
So the disclosure packet, I think you know, contains the information that the board will be considering in your case. I'm planning on going over some of that with you, so I'm gonna give an overview of your case, conviction, sentence, your guideline date. From there, I think there's 4 cases in which you're committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in those cases. I've prepared some questions to ask you about what you've been doing recently, your plans moving forward, kind of what has brought us to this point as well. Then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to state on the record any errors or inaccuracies in the disclosure packet. At this time, are there any errors you'd like to discuss with me?
With regards to my expiration.
Okay.
When my expected amount of my matrix, my 36 months.
Mhm.
So based on, let's assume I do the 36 months, which would be till July. My expiration is past 2 more years than that. It's not July of 2027, it's like December of 2027. So I would like just to have that on
Double
record.
check it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look at that because yeah. And I'll talk to looks like the credit for time served, the calculations there can be complicated. I'll reach out to our head case analyst tomorrow if that's sufficient for you and just make sure that's all correct.
Yeah, and if we're going from days that I was if we're going from the day that I was arrested, which of course I was incarcerated on those days, each incident I was taken to jail and not released that day. If we're going from then yes, we definitely need to have someone take a look at it and go from there.
I know that because I think in August of 24, board staff looked at the credit for time served and they awarded an additional amount.
Right,
So
right, right.
I'll check and see what work was done there.
And so,
Then-
and so from that was calculation for the days inside for credit for time served. My request is that it be looked at from start dates. Because although those days were calculated in a new way, they didn't take into consideration when those dates started from.
What dates are you talking about? Like the days you usually serve, because you get credit for time served in jail on these specific cases.
Yes, so let's say one of them, I think it was.
Start dates of your jail incarcerate, because I'm not gonna know the specific dates, but I just want to understand what you're arguing, so.
Yes,
That's the
yes,
start
yes.
date of each jail time
From arrest date, arrest date forward.
till release back into,
From arrest date forward, they again, you mentioned that they calculated a new amount, and that's correct,
yeah.
But the part they didn't take into, that they didn't apply was how far they went back
All right.
to do that.
At this point in time, really, I'm gonna have to just go look at it tomorrow. I don't have, those really calculations get very detailed. It's going through court records. It can be complicated. I know someone looked at it in August. I'll double check that. I'll look into the expiration guideline discrepancy,
Yeah.
anything that I see. And then I know you've submitted the request before, so I can double check that as well.
Okay.
Is that satisfactory for you?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. All right, so your commitment offenses are 2 counts of possession or use of a controlled substance, felony 3, and a violation of a protective order, felony 3, and then a violation of protective order, misdemeanor A, serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and 5 years. As of now, that will expire. We have documented October 28th, 2027. I'll double check what you've mentioned already today.
Yes.
The guideline shows this 36 months, which would lead to you being released on July 3rd, 2025. Obviously, the board's not bound by those guidelines. They'll look at all aggravating and mitigating factors in your case to decide what's appropriate. I know that they did a scheduling review, the board did in January of '24. They scheduled today's hearing. They noted an expectation that you participate in substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate and any available and appropriate domestic violence classes. And then in August, the board did grant those additional 42 days of credit for time served. And again, I'll look into those and make sure I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. The first case is case 2119-01892. Looks like August 1st, 2021. The report says officers responded to, I think the victim or your wife's residence, and she noted you had refused to leave. I think an officer arrived. The report was that there was a protective order violation. I think you were taking a shower. Upon being, he told officers you had things, drugs on you. I think you had 0.3 grams of methamphetamine and a syringe on your person. Is that accurate as to what happened?
She didn't call him, but her sister from downstairs called him.
Okay, and you were,
Yes.
was there a protective order that prohibited you from being there?
Yes.
And you went and you were in the house? What led to you engaging in that behavior?
So me and my wife had been married at the time of the divorce, we'd been married 21 years. That particular day I went over there. I had nowhere else to go. It was a bad, dreary day, bad night. I was homeless. I asked her if I could shower and she let me in to shower. And during that time of me being in the shower, her sister, which lived downstairs in the apartment in the fourplex that she did, downstairs, she's the one that called the officers.
The next case, 2119-01345, June 2nd, 2021. Again, officers responded to a reported violation of protective order. I think this one, the victim reported you had locked yourself in a bedroom, refused to leave. When officers arrived, you and the victim were in the house together. When they arrived, the victim said she had previously attempted to have the protective order dropped, but that request was denied. I think you made statements, kind of tell you that you told the victim, a detective had told you earlier that you could, someone with parent time and kind of were allowed to be there, discuss a DCFS case that happened. Is that, what happened in this incident?
In this one, I woke up, I had been there. We argued over a phone and she called the officers. And they came. And no, that was the time there's been quite a few, sir.
This one I said, so you admitted to taking a shower.
Okay,
It says, although you were there for parent time and your son was not home. Is that June 2nd, 2021?
That incident was, so yes, again, I moved back in. I wasn't on probation, wasn't on parole. We reconciled. I moved back in knowing the protective order was in place. My daughters-in-law showed up about 10 minutes after my wife and son and granddaughter had gone to get potatoes and eggs from the market, from the grocery store. So when they showed up, they had talked to, of course, their auntie downstairs, and she was like, well, what do you mean? They were like, what do you mean Leland's here?
Yeah.
And they came up and they're like, well, where's my mom? Like something had happened.
Okay.
And during that, it wasn't that. And I tried to explain that, she just went to the store to grab eggs and
But you were there was a protective order, you had moved in, right? I think that's kind of the behavior that we're wanting to get at. Okay.
but that's what led up to it. Okay.
The next case, 2219-00901. I think there's a traffic stop, April 2022. You told officers you had controlled substance in your pocket. You had methamphetamine in your pocket.
Yes.
Accurate?
Yes.
Next case, 2319-01961, July 9th, 2023. I think this was the most recent incident. What happened here? I've read your written submissions. Obviously, you said Officers responded, there's a protective order. The victim called 911, report that you were there kicking at her door. You were located outside the residence and there was an active protective order.
Yes, sir.
And I've read your statements, I think, about receiving phone calls that maybe weren't going through. Would you like to provide a statement on this case?
So again, with having this protective order in place, 21 years, we've been involved with each other. We have a 14-year-old son. I tried to get the process for the reunification going, because that is stipulated in our divorce. And he's reluctant to do it. At that time he was. She was more reluctant to do it. She's real private, I guess, and didn't want other people involved with what we're doing. So with that, I stayed away for a few months upon my release from jail. I should have done the reunification, you know, and that's where I'm, you know, the unfortunate part is. But that night, well, months before this, I had decided to again cut corners and not obey the protective order. So I'm there pretty often, you know, 2 to 3 times a week, helping raising my son. She has 6 of the grandkids that live with her. Just like when we lived together, we had 6 of the grandkids with us. So I'm there, you know, running kids, moving, you know, high school, junior high school stuff. The night in particular that I got arrested, I was there, Saturday afternoon, the weekend after 4th of July. She asked me if I wanted to go with them to the park to watch the fireworks. I asked her who was with and decided not to go. I went to a friend's house within 10 minutes of their house to watch the fireworks from his front yard. So I left Connie's house at about 9 o'clock that evening. Had been there from say 4 o'clock, you know, lunch, you know, eating and fireworks and stuff. So going to my friend's house, I'm there about 12:30. I get the first phone call. Kids screaming, no answer to them. I received 3 of those. And on the 3rd one, I went down there and I pulled in. Her vehicle was not in the parking lot of the apartment complex. And the kids are running crazy, screaming. So yes, I did kick the door because I couldn't get them to, you know, to even hear the door. So I kicked it and I, you know, said, hey, look, I'm gonna be out here until your mom shows up. And you guys need to go settle down in there and know that I'm out here on the porch.
So here's my question, and sorry to cut you off. We only have about 5 minutes left in the hearing, but if you're granted parole, it will almost certainly include domestic violence conditions and any standard condition of parole. Every parole agreement includes a condition that there's no contact with any victims, which would include this victim, until it's approved by your supervisor, okay? And a domestic violence therapist. If you're released from prison, that will be a requirement. And this behavior is going to be problematic moving forward. And there was an issue with, you know, in every circumstance, you know, there's things that go on, and certainly in family relationships, divorce, I can imagine, right, those difficulties that are there, and they certainly are here. At this point, are you willing to abide by those conditions of no contact? And that's not if you'd like to, as long as it's not requested, et cetera. It's just no contact unless approved. You're understanding that?
I'm actually in full agreement with this. I own a home in Texas that I had put off moving into because of wanting to reintegrate with my son. That has failed. And so I do have an alternative of, you know, lifestyle, other things that I can fall back on. I've presented to the board to go to a drug program. this drug program with Courtney Averett. I would love to be able to do that, to get my feet planted. Do you know what I mean? My house in Texas right now is being leased out. I have 100% equity in that, so I have some tenants that are renting it, and I don't want to go back to Weber County. I will. My desire is not to enter Weber County whatsoever. I would like to go to this program, and again, get my feet stable, get my life stable again, and
Okay.
get off parole.
And kind of checking in on that, I reviewed your history. And this is your fourth prison commitment. You expired the third in 2017. There was, some probations and some issues from there. It seems like you had a period of probation 2021 to 2023 where you had some improvements. You showed some improvement.
Yes.
You were working on treatment. You had report as directed. You were maintaining a residence. There was some stability that you had established. Obviously, this pattern of behavior became very problematic, and that's why we're here.
Yes.
How do you plan, if you have any other input about, what helped you during that time where things were going well, and how do you plan to adjust to not run into the same things you have in the past?
So one of the things that plagued me throughout my whole life was not having a driver's license. A simple thing like that has changed the dynamics of my life. I have one now. I'm, paid the stuff that I needed to pay for, like the SR-22. I've done the things that I've had to do. I got a large amount of money in 21, and since then I don't want to be homeless. I don't want to die here in prison. I would love to be able to, I value the things that I have gotten, and I don't want to lose them. And that's why my actions since 21 have actually been more in line with that. Again, 21 years with Connie, and I failed. But yeah, I still have some things I can go forward with.
And I've read your written submissions as far as release plan, as far as what you've expressed, and thank you, by the way, for submitting those written submissions. It is a positive plan, right? Following that would be good. And building off some of the positive behaviors that you did establish on this most recent probation, certainly, I've read those. So we're getting close on time.
Okay.
I do know you don't have any disciplinary violations. The institutional progress report says you've been a unit worker since June 24, received a good rating. Housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude.
And I've actually did the anger management. I did 12 weeks of the LDS substance abuse. I finished
Captain Your Story.
Captain Your Story.
Yeah.
And then I've been in Atlas program off the tablet for 5-6 months since September. And then I've also completed the emotional resilience. So those are the 5 things that I've had that I can say that I'm not just sitting here, that I'm not just blowing smoke or just coming to you without an effort while I've been here. I want my freedom. I want to be able to not go back. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Not go back? So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm showing Atlas that you've been there in your case action plan. I'll note the LDS 12 steps, emotional resilience. I'm not showing that on my end, but I'll note that in my report for the board. We have the Captain Your Story and the anger management.
Yes.
I've read your written submissions. I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of the information the board would need. Let me just make sure really quick. You're not currently taking any medications, correct?
No, sir.
And you're no longer active STG?
I'm not active since 2008.
Okay. Those are the questions I have for you. We haven't really discussed in detail your release plan, et cetera, but I feel like what you submitted in writing helped me prepare as well. So I want to give you the final word, any other statements you have or any other information we haven't discussed that you'd like to state.
Just that working with Courtney, it would be equivalent to an inpatient program to allow me to go there if you would consider letting me go before July. She said she would have a bed open for me. I talked to her yesterday. She says coming, immediately if they let you out in 2 weeks, I have a bed for you. So, you know,
That's building beginnings.
no. That's with Courtney. That's with Lift Up, I think it is.
Lift up?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in my, it's,
Is it the recovery residence?
yes, a recovery residence, yes. Building Beginnings was the was the alternative is, you know,
And your statement is that you've talked with them and it would be like an inpatient, you'd be doing treatment
Yes,
at that
yes.
house, but it's a sober living place.
yes, sober living equivalent to inpatient for the first 2 months.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to state?
No.
So what I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I'll include what we talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board by tomorrow. There's 5 board members, as you know. They make decisions by majority vote. That can take a few days for a decision to be made. It can take a few weeks. We'll send it to you in writing through the mail when it's made, the decision, and it will also be posted to the board's website. So with that, Mr. McCoven, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. Wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
This is an original hearing for Hector Garcia, number 266177. Is that you, sir?
Correct.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Okay. Is your, just mind speaking up the best you can? I can hear you, but it's faint. I just want to make sure I'm hearing everything you're saying. We're going to go over quite a bit of that information in the disclosure packet. That's the information that the board will consider as they're making a decision in your case. Just so you're aware, what I'm planning to do, I'll give an overview of your case, so your conviction, sentence, parole guideline date. From there, I think there's 2 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll discuss the facts of what happened in those cases briefly. From there, I have some questions for you about what's brought us to this point, what you've been doing recently since arriving at the facility, your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state on the record anything else that you'd like the board to know. But at this time, part of the purpose of the hearing today is to allow you to state on the record and discuss with me any errors or inaccuracies with that disclosure packet that we sent you. Are there any errors that you'd like to discuss with me at this time?
Not that I recall. I really don't recall much of the packet.
Okay. It looks like your commitment offenses are distribute, offer, or arrange the distribution of a controlled substance, felony 3, and harbor, conceal, escapee of official custody, misdemeanor A. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. That sentence, as of now, will expire on March 13th of 2029. So that's the longest amount of time that the board can retain jurisdiction over your case. Your guideline calls for 15 months incarceration. Based on that guideline, you would be released on June 13th of 2025. But the board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you before then or after then, that date. They'll consider all relevant mitigating and aggravating factors after today's hearing to decide what's appropriate. I do note that the board did a scheduling review in November, just a couple months ago. They scheduled today's hearing. They did not at that time set any expectations for you or behavior or programming in that order. The first case we need to talk about is case 2311-00045. Looks like August 18th, 2022, you sold 0.0047 grams of methamphetamine to a confidential informant. Is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
From what I recall, yes.
And what led to you distributing methamphetamines in this case? I know you had a history of that in California, but then, came to Utah. What led to you back into that behavior here?
At the time, like financial struggle. And at the time, I was getting high at the time. So I wasn't in my best mind. I wasn't thinking logically.
Then the next case, 241100484, I believe, April 2024, you're a female, I believe your romantic partner, girlfriend, slipped her handcuffs on her way to jail. I think she was at your residence, living there, or hiding there. Officers suspected this. I think you went to a treatment appointment, and by all accounts, I think you had been on probation for about a year and were doing really well with the programming, maintaining a job, doing your treatment. But officers entered the house, and that female was hiding in the house, I believe, in a box spring that had been carved out. I've read your written submissions about these cases in the PSR and in the board packet. But is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
Yes.
And walk me through what led to you, because you were doing well on probation. You're doing your treatment. You had what seemed to be a steady job, some healthy associates that you'd established in your life. Walk me through your mindset that led to you engaging in this behavior.
So honestly, like now that I think about it, it was a mistake. I could have bought it better. And what led to it was at the time she had told me I had gotten her pregnant. So my instinct was like, oh, protect, even though that wasn't my best choice, because I could have gotten about it different and gotten a lawyer and gotten about it that way. But at the time, I was just like, oh, I can't have the mother of my child go to jail,
Okay.
Later on, she because she got arrested too, she ended up losing the baby.
Okay.
And I don't associate with her no more because, like, I just don't want to be around anybody that's gonna be getting me in trouble.
I do note in the first case, I think the court ordered $150 in restitution for the distribution case. I think it was part of your probation, that order. Did you pay any restitution while you were on probation?
Honestly, I don't recall.
Okay. I think, so this has been sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. So at the time you were committed to prison, the court sent it to the Office of State Debt Collection. So how you'd go about paying that is just reaching out to your case manager or your agent if you're on parole. You could set up a payment schedule with the Office of State Debt Collection, et cetera. Just talk to them about how you'd like to do it. Certainly, that's a condition of any parole that you do receive. Are you willing to pay that at this time?
Right now, I don't have the money for it, but as soon as I get back to my job, I'll be able to pay it instantly.
Okay.
I already have my job guaranteed.
Okay, I'm looking at your history. I think you had probations in California, and then you served a prison sentence in California around 2019, 2022, probation in Utah. Then the first case, April 2023, you were on probation. Then, like I mentioned before, I think about a year later, the second case happened. The reports I reviewed says you had a stable job, the same job you were working, had a stable residence, you were active in your recovery, providing, clean urinalysis tests, maintaining sobriety. It seemed like you're doing well. What helped you, with those positive things you did while on probation?
Honestly, a few things. One thing, my family always supported me. Even when I did make mistakes, they always told me you could get back up. So I had a positive support system. And the program that I was going to, it had the program coordinator. His name was Jay Hymas. He gave me his personal number. He's like, oh, anytime you're struggling and you need someone to talk to, just call me. And, anytime I didn't to call him, he would answer. So, and then the people that I used to associate when I was doing that distribution, I got rid of all of them. So I don't associate with nobody that does drugs. And the people that I do associate with, they all share similar goals of buying a house. We're actually signing up for that program in Hiram to build your own house. Don't you use sweat equity?
Okay. So you did treatment at Clear Recovery there?
Correct.
And when was the last time you used drugs or alcohol?
November 15th, 2022.
Looks like you've not been able to do any treatment or programming since you arrived at the facility in September 2024, at least any that's documented on our end. You did treatment while you were on probation. I think your case action plan right now shows a goal for like general outpatient treatment. Is that what you were doing at the time on
Yes.
probation? So I guess that's a result of kind of continuing that process you were in. What does your day look like right now? Do you plan on doing any classes or treatment, or what are your kind of thoughts and plans on that?
Well, I actually signed up for, I think it was like a graphic design class, I think they have right here. I signed up for classes just so I could keep myself busy. And they told me that I was waiting for, to see the board and see what you guys say to see if I do MRT.
Okay. So you've MRT is on the radar with your case manager talking about it, but you're waiting to see what the board kind of decides is appropriate?
Correct.
Okay. And what'd you learn in your treatment? I guess it sounds like it was a positive thing.
Yes.
Kind of how do you plan? Obviously, you ran into made a mistake. Certainly, engaged in this criminal behavior, the behavior that led us here today. What have you learned thinking back on your treatment to kind of approach things differently moving forward to obtain a better result?
Well, one thing that I did learn, one thing, the steps I did learn to keep myself sober, but another thing that I have learned is to really watch exactly who I get in a relationship with. Because it just takes that one little mistake to get me back while here.
Okay. I know you don't have any disciplinaries. Housing staff there at the county jail gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude since you've been there. I've read your written submissions about if you're granted parole, what your release plan would look like. Thank you for submitting those. It helps me prepare for the hearing, having that to review. I want to give you a chance today. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
Well, one thing is, as soon as I parole, because I have a friend that I'm a parole with, and he doesn't get not in trouble at all, and he works in the same place I'm going to go back to work, and one of the first things is gonna be see my son. 'Cause I had a baby with another girl too, and I want to see my son. It'll be my firstborn, and after that, go apply for work, get my stuff stable, get my license back, and start saving up for the house. And also because my family's moving over here from California, so that'll be more positive influences for me to be around.
Are you active STG?
Technically, no.
No?
I just mind my own business, and I just read the Bible and stick to myself.
Okay. I think due to documentation that we have, it's likely or possible if you're granted parole, it will include gang conditions, which would require you to not affiliate with known gang members, have in your possession gang-related materials or items, frequent places where known gang members frequent, etc. I've read some of your written submissions about plans to avoid gang influence on parole, etc. But are you willing to abide by gang conditions?
Oh, I'm totally fine with that.
Do you have, I've read some of the reports we have on file about mental health diagnoses that you've received over the years or in the past. Have you ever taken any mental health medications in the past?
I don't know, I used to have seizures. I used to take medication for seizures like a long time ago though, like in 2002.
Okay. Are you currently taking any medications?
No, just ibuprofen.
Okay. And how would you say your mental health is right now?
It's good. I consider it good. I keep myself calm, positive, and just stay away from all the drama.
You haven't had any issues, physical issues with the seizures or anything? You doing
No,
okay with
no.
that? All right, well, those are the questions that I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
I was wondering, well, one thing that you mentioned, when I did remember seeing my guidelines, it said 14 months.
I'm showing 15 months. Yeah, I'm showing that it's 15. I could double check, make sure that's correct if you'd like me to.
Yeah, please, thank you. And another thing, I don't know, like, if you guys would grant me parole before my guidelines, I'll really appreciate it because I really do want to see my son. It'll be my first son, and I want to be there for him.
Okay. I've noted that in my report. I note that you said you have a baby due mid-January, would like the opportunity to parole soon to meet my firstborn son. I've included that in my report to the board, and I'll again note your statements today that is something you'd like to do. After today's hearing, what I'll do is at this point is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of everything that I reviewed leading up to today's hearing. I'll include in that report everything we've talked about today. And then what will happen is I'll submit that report to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. So there's five members of the board, and they ultimately will make the decision. They make that decision by a majority vote, so 3 out of 5 have to agree. Sometimes that takes just a few days for a decision to be made. Sometimes the deliberation process takes a bit longer, a couple weeks at times. Once the decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing, and it'll also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. But I will note your desires, your statements that you've made today, and the board will consider them as they're making a decision, okay?
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to state at this time?
Yeah, yes, I actually would. It has to do with the distribution charge, and you know, like, I do realize how like I made a mistake back then, and that also helped me get sober, because it helped me realize the damage I was doing to other people, because that same damage it did to other people, it did to me. And, you know, I don't want that damage to be done to other people. And that's another reason why I kept away from all that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for your comments today, and thank you for being here, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you.
With that, I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
This is a rehearing for Jorge CEJA-GONZALEZ, number 238216. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
That disclosure packet contains the new information that the board has received since you and I had a hearing, your last hearing. Obviously, the board will consider that information as well as everything that was discussed at the previous hearing. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that disclosure. Before we proceed, are there any errors you'd like to discuss with me?
No, sir.
All right, so I'm going to give a brief summary of what's happened leading up to today's hearing. And there are some questions for you that I prepared, really focused on what's new since your last hearing. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record.
Okay.
It looks like you returned from your second parole in January of 2023. You had a parole violation hearing in July of 2023. After that hearing, the board scheduled today's hearing. They noted that they expected you to complete substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate and cognitive behavioral therapy, and then comply with your case action plan as well. The board recognized an earned time credit for completing substance use treatment in September 2024. And then in October 2024, the board recognized a second earned time credit because you completed GED high school. Just to review, you're serving a maximum sentence of between 0 and up to 20 years in prison. That sentence will expire. You have an expiration date of February 12th of 2040. Based on the case from the most recent parole, your guideline calls for 26 months of incarceration. That guideline will pass on March 2nd of 2025. Obviously, the board is not bound by the guidelines. They'll consider all relevant factors in your case to determine the appropriate decision after today's hearing. I have some questions prepared to ask you about, what's new since your last hearing, since we last talked and had our meeting, but want to give you an opportunity at this time to make any statements that you'd like the board to know about really anything at all.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the time. Really, I guess I just want to touch on the fact that when I had my first hearing, I was honest about, you receive your board packet, they ask you, hey, what are your events? I feel that I was honest about that, accountable about that. I understand it was wrong. I asked for treatment. I know it's something that I needed, something that I was seeking out in my life. After that, they capped me for a program. They capped me for CBT, both things that I said I thought I would benefit from, and both things I was intentional about. Yeah, I did my best. I was involved in the program. I didn't just coast by. I didn't just sit there and fake it till I make it type of deal. I mean, I was involved in upper leadership. I helped other people. I was real hands-on. I learned the material in and out. As far as CBT, I helped facilitate classes and really learned the substance and the therapy about it. I learned a lot about myself. I really feel that this time down has been probably one of the most productive times, the most productive time without a doubt, as far as just applying myself and just really coming to terms with the fact that this isn't the lifestyle I want to live anymore. And yeah, I've done my best. I've stayed record free this entire time. I know it's what's expected of me, I guess, from the parole board, but it also came to be what I expected of myself. And I'm really proud that I was able to accomplish that.
Okay. Yeah, since your last hearing, you've completed, I guess you're in MRT right now. So technically that's the technical expectation, but you've done very well with programming and treatment. You successfully completed interpersonal communications, high school, which is a time cut in and of itself, Garfield substance use treatment program, additional time cut that was recognized, alcohol and drug aftercare, CBISU. It's really CBT, right? That's involved in that.
Yeah,
the board's expectations. Getting out by going in, financial literacy. You've done an auto glass installation class, construction class, inside out dad, life skills. I think you're in a welding class now. So really exceptional performance in the programming that you've done. That should be recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, for what you've done. What have you learned? Because looking back on our past hearing, we talked about some of the risky or dangerous behavior that has resulted from your decisions while on parole. Looking to gain some insight into how to change moving forward. What focus, what's the result of your thinking from the program that you've done in that regard?
Yeah, like I said, this time really what I focused on was just myself. I think that's been the main factor is group therapy, in the dorms in the program. I benefited from that, but what I really benefited on the most was like one-on-one time with the therapist and really just diving into myself. I think just figuring out the fact that I do have things I need to work on, recognizing that, and then figuring out my impulses, things that trigger me. I mean, my thought process. There's just a lot of things I dive deep into when it comes to like my way of thinking and my actions, really the effect that they have on people, the effect they have on myself. And I think, so I think I started with going in on myself, and then I think like the end result was just understanding that, hey, it's not just about me either. There's people who are also affected by the actions that I've made. But yeah, like I said, just being real intentional every day with my routine, with waking up and choosing to separate myself from people who I know aren't going in the right direction, things I know won't benefit me in the long run. Yeah, just recognizing thought patterns, you know, being honest, being vulnerable in a support group, really focusing on building a support group have been things that I've been super intentional about. My education has been another one that's been huge. I feel like that's opened up a lot of doors. I'm really proud about the fact that I was able to get my high school diploma. I mean, I've applied for FAFSA while in here, book rehab, PATER, all things that are going to help me really pursue an education on the streets is something I really, really would like to do. And like you said, trade skills, you know, just learning things. Really, I've tried to occupy myself with learning as much as I can, whether it's building something, whether it's bookwork, whether it's therapy, whether it's just really anything that self-improvement, you know, self-help is what I really focus myself on. That's what I feel like has been the main difference from last time to now.
Okay. I do note, you know, you have no disciplinaries, as you mentioned. Housing staff gives a very positive report of your behavior and attitude as well. So I'll note that for the board. I've taken some notes about your release plan as far as, you know, where you plan to live, where you plan to work, classes or treatment that you're interested in doing. But, you know, I want to give you a chance today as well to make any comments that you have. Release plan. And really, I'm kind of interested in how you plan to build on this positive momentum. If you're granted a parole, to apply those things in the community, right? Because that's the goal of these, right? Is to change your behavior in the community, live a healthy lifestyle, not engage in the cycles of behavior that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one of the things I really talked about with my therapist the most while I was in the program, and even with staff in here. Staff here is exceptional as far as anywhere else in the state. I mean, the way they care about people, the way that they, I mean, if you say, hey, I want to look into schooling, I want to look into this, I mean, they will go out of the way to get you all that. So one of the things I figured out about myself really while I was in the program is that one of the things I benefit the most from myself is helping other people. I feel like, like I said, I've been intentional about that. When I get out of here, I have an awesome support system set up as far as living situation, living with my sister. I mean, they're all God-fearing people, you know, none of them have any substance abuse issues, criminal records. I mean, I've only strengthened those bonds from in here. And as far as like, I really want to go, I've looked into options for service work, you know, I still plan on attending meetings. I plan on seeking a real therapy when I get out of here, because I just benefited so much from it. And so I know that that's going to help me stay fresh as far as recovery goes, as far as my accountability more than anything, you know. I think that's the biggest part of it is accountability. You can have all these great plans and all these things you want to do, but if you're not first accountable for, you know, who you are as a person and what you're doing, then I think all of it just falls short. So yeah, just seeking therapy as soon as I'm out of here, you know, and like I said, working with my parole officer, any resources he may have available. Of course, any recommendations the board has, I'll comply with that as well. But yeah, my main thing is just getting out there. I have a job set up. I have an awesome support system and an address to go to. I'm looking into schooling. It's something I really want to do. And like I said, just seeking therapy is the most important thing for me.
And how's your mental health currently?
Man, it's the best it's been. I really feel like I guess in the past, I want to say that I wanted to do the best I could, you know, but maybe I wasn't 100% decided. And I really figured that out this time. Like I could honestly say I'm completely decided. Like I've completely made that choice to step over to this side. I'm not looking back to any of this. Like I said, I think I'm just at a place where like I you know, all the covers are off, open and vulnerable. Like I said, honest about what it is I want to do and the direction I want my life to go in. And I'd say it's good. It's the best it's been.
Okay. Those are the questions I have for you. Anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
No, just like I said, I feel like I've tried my best to prove to myself and to the parole board with my actions, not just with my words. You know, like you said, you have a list in front of you, all the things I've accomplished, that I've been intentional about, that I've tried my best to do while in here. Like, I did my best not to sit idly, you know, just to really be involved hands-on. And I understand that what I did was wrong. I really have a real understanding of the fact that what I did was wrong. I had no business doing it. I recognize that. I'm sorry that I did it. But there's only so much you can say, you know. I guess now it's time to put up or shut up type of deal. So if granted the chance to show you guys, I feel confident that I could do it.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments. Thank you for your written submissions that you provided to us so that I could prepare for today's hearing. And again, you know, your progress in treatment, the classes you've done really should be recognized. And I hope you can take those things and apply them moving forward. And it seems from what you've stated today, it really does seem like you've applied yourself. So good job with that.
Thank you so much.
From here, I've created a report, prepared a report of what I reviewed leading up to today's hearing. I'll include in that report what we discussed today, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote. Usually it can take a few days for a decision to be made, but it can take a few weeks. We'll send it to you in writing through the mail once it's made, and it will also be posted to the board's website. So that's how I'll proceed. But with that, thank you for being here again and discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Have a good day. You're not making the fun. It's not hard like this.
This is a rescission hearing for David ALARCON-TAPIA, number 237380. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
So that disclosure packet obviously contains the new information since your most recent hearing. Looks like it was in October of 2024. What I'd like to do, I'm going to just review what's happened leading up to today's hearing, the purpose of today's hearing. I've got a couple questions for you, really about what led to your parole being rescinded, and et cetera. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word. And at that time, you can point, I guess at this time, are there any errors or inaccuracies that you're in your blue disclosure that you'd like to discuss with me?
No, I think they're all up to date.
Okay. All right. So it looks like you had a parole violation in original hearing on October 1st, 2024. After that hearing, the board granted parole of April 1st, 2025. So at your guideline, it was made contingent on completing cognitive behavioral therapy or minimum MRT and having no disciplinaries. Looks like on December 4th, 2024, the Department of Corrections notified the board of a disciplinary from December 2nd, 2024 and 8/13 substance abuse. That same day, the board rescinded the parole date due to an unmet contingency and scheduled today's hearing. All right, so really the main purpose of today's hearing, the new information that I show is the new disciplinary. Then I think you successfully completed MRT, right? So you got the contingency completed in February 2025, correct?
Yes, it's completed. It should be your double track, I'm sure you're.
Yeah, it's been entered on my side. So that's been completed. Really the main thing we need to talk about is the disciplinary. So November 22nd, 2024, I think you tested positive for Suboxone there. Were you coming from Salt Lake to the county? Is that what happened?
I was.
And what led to, I guess, did you use Suboxone before your transport?
So first off, I would just like to say that I take full accountability for it. I mean, there's no ifs or buts or excuses about it. But I'd like to give you just a little bit of insight as to what led to it, if I may.
Please, yeah, please. That's great. That's what I was going to ask. So I'm interested in that.
So me on the streets, I normally, every time I get out, I get prescribed Suboxone. And reason being this time I wasn't able to get it is because my last month I didn't renew my prescription, right? And so I spent about 8 to 7 months in the Salt Lake County prison. And I shouldn't really have to say how much as bad as it is as drug-wise. And prior to me coming here, like maybe 2 days, I decided to self-medicate. Granted, it's not my medication, it's somebody else's medication. But I made that choice based off me now wanting to go ahead first into something more serious, which still doesn't make it right. But I chose to control what I know with that medication instead of going into something more heavy, which could be heroin, and just go off. After that happened, maybe 2 or 3 days, I came here to the county, tested positive.
Didn't give him no excuses. I let him know, you know, and I'm dirty and I'm here to do the program. Since then, I completed the contingency. I've remained write-up free. And also, I just like the board to be aware that if I do get granted parole again, I do plan on getting placed back on Suboxone at least for a month or two as my backup plan.
Do you plan to continue medically assisted treatment if you're granted another parole?
Yes. So if I do, normally I always, because I've been incarcerated for a long time, you know, I've been here a lot of years. So for me, that initial shock is always just a little bit hard on myself. So I always just back that up with this boxing, like with the first month.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like on your 3 paroles, so the substance abuse on the first parole after 10 months, really substance abuse, which led to you placing yourself in a dangerous position and obviously violating parole. On the second, it seems like also while at the halfway house, there was substance abuse or possession that occurred there. And then on this most recent one as well, the new case, which involved substance abuse, kind of falling back into those same patterns. So what insight have you gained about, kind of controlling that, preventing relapse, addressing your substance abuse moving forward if you are granted another parole?
For this MRT class that I did, all these classes, it really helped me identify a lot of triggers, see myself in my own eyes. You know, there's that thing, if you say, you think something, but if you say it out loud, it's like a whole different, you could see it in a sense. So with this MRT, step by step, we covered a lot of steps, and I seen all of them in myself, a lot of how to cope with all the things, all the triggers. It actually did help me a lot. And then I also have a sober living where I'm going to after this, if I do get granted parole. The only thing I'm waiting on is to get my date, and the address should be submitted.
What's the sober living?
It's called Second Chances. I believe the address is already submitted. It's just, I guess I have to wait for a date.
Okay. Yeah, getting specific addresses approved, that's through adult probation and parole. If the board grants a parole, they'll do the approval process, they'll do the transition process, but the board is interested in, generally your plan, kind of what you've been thinking about, your plan for release is something they're interested in. So I'll note your statement that you'd like to get into the sober living facility.
The sober living, and obviously my be placed on bed for the first month that the medication, just as a backup plan, for the cravings. I mean, I haven't had a positive for heroin in years, and that's my main drug of choice. So.
All right. Well, those are the questions I have for you. We're just about out of time. We have a couple minutes left. Any other anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
I believe that's all. Other than I please would like to, maybe if possible, get my date back. My birthday's on April 3rd, and I'd like nothing more than to celebrate this one out there on the streets. And also, I realize my errors, and I'm so committed to wanting to make a change with this. And the only way I can do that is if I get a chance in society. Because an environment like this, it's a little harder for me, being that a lot of people are not on my same level of mentality, and some of them just choose not to change. And regardless, I'm stuck in here. I walk around in my section, it's like a fishbowl. I just go in circles, and some people just don't have that mindset.
Okay. Light, I'll note your comments. What I'll do from here, I've prepared a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include in that report what you and I talked about today, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board who ultimately will make the decision. There's 5 of them. They make decisions by majority vote. I know in reviewing the case, the only thing that's changed since your last hearing is the write-up, 813 substance abuse, so using Suboxone, and the completing the contingency. With that write-up, I don't imagine the board would just give the same date. It's possible they could. I'll note your desire to have that happen, but certainly the board will consider this disciplinary, consider the statements we've made today, the programming that you've done. Certainly would encourage you, regardless of the outcome of the hearing, continue to try and engage in that behavior, control your behavior, establish evidence of, that you're ready to engage in a positive cycle of behavior will be the deciding factor. But I'll note the comments you made today. I'll submit that to the board. Sometimes it takes just a few days for a decision to be made. Other times it does take a few weeks. Once the decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail. And it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So any other comments that you have to conclude?
No, I think that'd be all. Thank you for your time.
All right, with that, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. Wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll get on the record and then we'll get started. This is a parole violation and original hearing for Derek Bradshaw, number 186610. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I do note we have Agent Sean Costin with us today attending. Thank you for being here, Agent Costin. Your attendance is appreciated. Mr. Bradshaw, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Could you speak up the best you can? I can hear you, but it's a little faint. Just make sure you're speaking as clearly as possible.
Okay.
That disclosure packet contains the new information that the board will consider in your case. I'm going to go over quite a bit of that information. So how I'd like to proceed today, first, we'll go over your parole violations. I think there's 11 allegations. I need you to enter pleas to each of those allegations. You have various new convictions. I'll kind of explain what's happened with those. After we take care of the parole violations, there's 2 new cases of Board of Pardons jurisdiction. We'll discuss what happened, the facts of those cases. Third, I have some questions for you about this most recent parole, what you've been doing recently, your plans for the future. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state on the record anything else you'd like to. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure packet that we sent to you. At this time, before we move forward, are there any errors you'd like to discuss with me?
When you say like 2 new cases, what does that mean? Like something
Yeah,
that I
so
haven't
I'll
dealt
go over
with?
that. We'll go over that right now. So looks like there's 11 parole violation allegations. In April 2024, the board took judicial notice of a conviction in case 2316-00251. That was the felony 3 attempted aggravated assault. That corresponds with parole violation allegation 5. That case did not result in Board of Pardons jurisdiction, so you were not committed to prison in that case. In October 2024, you were convicted in case 2317-02437. That is a new commitment case. You received prison sentences in that case. You were convicted of possession or use of a controlled substance, 3rd-degree felony. That corresponds with allegation 11. Electronic communication harassment, 3rd-degree felony. That corresponds with allegation 10. And failure to stop at the command of law enforcement, misdemeanor A, that corresponds with allegation 6. So that's one of the 2 new cases that we need to talk about today. The second is case 2419-01199. In that case, you were convicted of threat of violence, 3rd-degree felony. That has not been alleged as a parole violation allegation, but nonetheless, you were convicted in that case. And the board took judicial notice of those cases previously in December of 2024. So I'm going to recommend that the board affirm its prior judicial notice of the new convictions. I do note as well that the charges related to allegations 7, 8, and 9 were either not filed or dismissed in the criminal case. The reason I'm going over all this, regardless of the convictions that you received or the charges that were dismissed, adult probation and parole has alleged that you violated your parole in 11 separate ways. Today, I need you to enter pleas to each of those allegations so that the board can deal with those. You do have the right to force the Department of Corrections to prove these allegations by a preponderance of the evidence at an evidentiary hearing. What that means is if you deny any of these allegations, the board could set an evidentiary hearing. You'd have an attorney to represent you. The state would have to present evidence that these things did occur. And you'd be able to rebut that evidence and present a defense of your own if you'd like to. If you admit or plead no contest to the allegations, you'll be waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing. I do note that the new convictions in and of themselves are sufficient to revoke your parole. So regardless of your pleas, the board does have grounds to revoke that parole. Does that all make sense to you?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to go through these allegations and have you enter pleas. So the first, by having failed to establish a residence without prior approval from AP&P on or about December 12th, 2023, do you admit, deny, or plead no contest?
No contest.
Number 2, by having absconded or fled from parole supervision on the same date, admit, deny, or no contest.
No contest.
Number 3, by having failed to complete a combined mental health substance abuse evaluation on or about the same date, admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 4, by having failed to enter, participate in, or complete treatment as directed on the same date, admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Admit.
Yeah.
Number 5, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, attempted aggravated assault, 3rd-degree felony on or about December 12th, 2023, admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 6, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, failure to stop at the command of law enforcement, misdemeanor A, on or about December 15th, 2023, admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 7, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, interference with the arresting officer, Class B misdemeanor, on or about December 15th, 2023, admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 8, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor, on or about December 15th, 2023, admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 9, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, possession of a controlled substance, marijuana, Class B misdemeanor, on or about December 15th, 2023, admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 10, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, electronic communication harassment, 3rd-degree felony, on or about December 15th, 2023. I note that I've amended this allegation so that it reflects what you were convicted of in the case. Admit, deny, or plead no contest.
Admit.
Number 11, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, possession of a controlled substance, 3rd-degree felony, on or about December 15th, 2023. Again, I've amended this to reflect the conviction in the case. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
I find your pleas knowing and voluntary. I'll recommend that the board accept those pleas. Based on your new convictions and your pleas entered today, I'll recommend that the board revoke the July 25th, 2023 parole. That will allow us to move forward. So your new commitment offenses are from those 2 new cases. The offenses are threat of violence, 3rd-degree felony, possession or use of controlled substance, 3rd-degree felony, telephone or electronic communication harassment, 3rd-degree felony, and failure to stop or respond to the command of police, misdemeanor A. You have a maximum expiration date of December 14th, 2023. I believe that's from the 0 to 15 from 2019. So that's the maximum amount of time the board will retain jurisdiction over your case at this point. Based on your new sentences, your new convictions, your guideline calls for 38 months of incarceration. That would lead to you being released on parole on February 15th of 2027. Of course, the board is not bound by that guideline. After today's hearing, they'll consider your case as a whole with all mitigating and aggravating factors to decide what's appropriate from there. The first case is case 2419-01199. Looks like November 11th, 2023. The victim, who I believe was a romantic partner, was a passenger in the car you were driving. There was an argument. During that argument, you told this victim, quote, you had no problem ending her life and bashing her face in. I think the victim exited the car. You left and returned multiple times. At one point, you grabbed the victim's arm and she fell to the ground. I think at one point you promised not to hurt the victim if she gave you a ride to a family member's house, which she agreed to do. On the way, you again told her that you had no problem, quote, bashing her face in. At one point, you placed your hand on the victim's neck, causing scratch marks that were observed later. The report says you struck the victim in the face. I think the victim at that point again got out of the vehicle. The report says you told her to get back in the car or you would, quote, burn the car. Looks like officers responded to the victim's call. You had the car at that time. I think while the officers were with the victim, you called her several times. I think an officer spoke to you over the phone, told you to bring the car back, and you argued with the officer and called the officer derogatory names as well. I think at the end of this, you did drop the car somewhere and told the victim where it was, where she was able to recover that. Is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
No.
There's her side, my side, and what really happened. I mean, that's hers.
Are there any statements or comments you'd like to make about that case for the board to be aware of?
If I'm in her car, what do I need to keep going back for a ride for? I kicked her out of the car and I left and dropped her car off at the thing. And there was a whole bunch of things said, so it's irrelevant to me, but
So
I
do you,
did.
you deny that you assaulted the victim, that you struck the victim? Do you deny saying, threatening her, saying you had no problem ending her life, bashing her face in? Do you deny that you did those things?
I didn't assault her, but I mean, I said a whole bunch of stuff, so.
Did you say, quote, I
I'm
have
not
no
really the
problem
type
ending
to
your life and bashing your face in? Is that something you said?
That's not really how I talk, but that's her side.
Is
I would
that
say no.
generally what things that you said? Were there threats being made, et cetera?
I said that it was best for me to just drop her car off because if I'm around her, then it's gonna cause an issue. It's gonna be worse, lead to physical stuff. So, however she took it, that she felt threatened, and she's entitled to feel that way.
Well, I'll note your comments for the board. Certainly, we have the version of this case. The board will have access to that, and that's why we're conducting today's hearing, so that I can take your statements, provide those to the board if you'd like to. The next case is case 2317-02437. December 15th, 2023, the report says you threatened to burn the same victim's house down, and it said you were in possession of a handgun. The report says you made threats to harm the victim, her child, and her family members. It says you specifically mentioned knowing where a child attended school and where another family member lived, threatening to, quote, burn this family member's house down. It says during one video call, you claimed you had a gun and ammunition and made threats against law enforcement. I think officers located you. You fled on foot for a short period of time, were apprehended during that pursuit. I think you had in your possession a drug pipe used to a drug pipe, about 0.37 grams of marijuana and 0.17 grams of methamphetamine. Is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
I don't remember any meth being on me, but as far as like hurting her and her family and stuff like that, one thing about this place, you don't mess with children, you don't mess with old people. Despite what people think about us in here, there are rules, there are things that we do follow. Hurting kids isn't one of them, but yeah, I do remember saying that it's best for me not to be around because I'll burn her shit down, whether it's her house, her car, whatever, whether it's just a statement. However she took it, she's entitled to feel the way she felt.
Okay. So if I'm understanding correctly, you deny some of those specific things, but your statement is you said you told this victim it's best for me not to be around you because I'll burn your stuff down?
Yeah, sure.
Well, anything else you'd like to add? Any statements for the board about what happened in this case?
I've known this girl most of my life, so it's an argument. Don't sleep with the homeboys. Simple. I wasn't man enough to walk away. I got all this dysfunction and insecurities of my own going on, so I didn't do what I was supposed to do as a man and leave the situation, and I just made it worse. I take full responsibility for what I did, what I said.
All right, looks like you were released on parole July 23. The report says you did not do any ordered treatment. You had a test for marijuana August 23. I think you've said maybe you had a medical marijuana card at the time is your statement. So you didn't establish a residence of record. The threat of violence case occurred obviously November 11th. The non-Board of Pardons jurisdiction attempted aggravated assault case occurred December 12th, 2023. The probable cause for this allegation, let's see, to which you entered admission, describes you striking this victim and choking this victim in that case. And the next case obviously occurred December 15th, and you've been in custody since then. To me, this is a very concerning pattern of domestic violence over multiple incidents in a short period, in a months-long period of time. That's a concerning pattern of facts, pattern of behavior, as I'm viewing them. What led to you engaging in that behavior quickly as you started parole?
I was doing, I thought I was doing good. I was working, and I was just in a very dysfunctional relationship. There was no trust, there was no communication, a lot of cheating going on, a lot of behind the back stuff on both ends, and it spiraled out of control within, you said a month, it was all within weeks. I mean, it was.
Yeah, I'm in reviewing your history, there's been multiple periods of time where a pattern of domestic violence similar to this has happened on past paroles, past clumps of convictions for protective order violation, domestic violence. Have you gained any insight into the causes of that? What leads to that cycle of behavior? Insight in how you plan to address that, or think you could address that moving forward?
Well, I know that, we come in here and they throw us in these little programs. There's a program in here that they just started. It's 3 hours a week for 6 months. So society will look at it and say, oh, hey, good job. You're trying to be human. Congratulations. We get our little time cut. You guys get paid, whatever it is. And we keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. But yeah, you guys call us crazy. We get out. There's all these programs out there. I come to you with a plan, and I can say, hey, I got this plan. I got 38 months. I've been down a year. I got 28 months left. I can go do the other side academy or Red Barn. They got a 92% success rate. When you walk out of there, you're a different human being. You are established. You have a job. You get your family back. You get bank accounts, your credit scores, anything health-wise. But instead, I get shut down.
Well, I'm looking here in 2018, absconded after four months on parole. The second parole, this commitment, you enrolled in the Other Side Academy's 2-year program, and you absconded from that program after a week. The next parole, absconded after 4 months, and then, after 4 months on that fourth parole, then this most recent parole. So, I generally what you said there's these programs, you participate in them. The goal of those programs is to establish tools, establish plans to break this cycle of behavior. So that's kind of what I was asking you.
Yeah, you're right.
The programs are there. What insight have you gained? What needs to be different so that we can break this cycle of behavior?
Everything, everything. And that's what I've done. I've dropped out this time. I have no friends. I don't communicate with anybody. Before, I didn't do that. It was association. It was, boredom. I've developed plans, goals. I've got family back. I got support behind me. I didn't have that. I mean, I've always had it. I chose not to engage in anything that was being offered to me. I was still using. And I wasn't ready back then. It was to get out, and that's the difference.
Yeah, and back to the programs, certainly I think we've all seen if it's a program you're doing to check a box to get something out of it, right? There may be some benefits with that, but I think making a decision to apply yourself, to gain the tools, to apply them, so it's not, the program's teaching principles that if applied can make difference. And that's my belief, at least. And I think the first step in that is buying into it, making a decision to make some change, to apply yourself, and to go from there. You mentioned, so you said my understanding is you were moved to Uintah County because that's a place where you will be able to participate in a program, given the housing situation and the situation that you mentioned. Are you wanting to do that? Do you think that's a beneficial thing, or is it just like you said, 3 days a week that's wasting your time, or kind of what's your thoughts on that?
I'm done. I'm currently doing everything that I can do to try to better myself. I don't know if you've seen in my blue packet all the certificates I've sent you since I've been down, but being an SL4, being a dropout, I can't walk the main line. I've been in max for a year. I haven't even seen outside since last December, except when they brought me here. My immune system messed up. I got stuff going on with my face, like my health is deteriorating, but I'm doing everything I can. Look in the blue packet, there's certificates. I've done everything. I've gotten into welding, plumbing, HVAC, I'm doing all that. They brought me here to do this program because it's newer. It's for SL inmates. We're limited. We don't get to, you would think that dropping out and trying to better ourselves, we'd be, able to do more. We do less. We can't walk the main line. We can't go anywhere where all the other gang members are. And so they got this program here that, yeah, it's 6 months, it's a couple hours a week, taught by one of the officers here. He doesn't even have the credentials. He just reading off a book, but it is what it is. And it's something, I'll do anything. I've been doing anything, and I'll continue to do anything.
Because you've been
But
doing like in-cell packets and tablet work. Is that kind of what I'm understanding?
constantly, all day long,
Vocational classes and stuff?
everything.
What have you learned? What insight have you gained as far as practical putting it to use if you're, if you're granted another parole?
My biggest thing is, when we get out on parole, parole is 36 months, but there's a lot of stuff that they want you to do. They want you to do the criminogenics need and get into some therapy and stuff right away. And my thing is I get overwhelmed and I shut down. I kick the family away. I make bad choices and stuff, and I go back to what you know. You go back to what you know, because anytime you're uncomfortable, it means change. So when you start changing and all these things overwhelm you, I don't know how to channel it. I'll go to my mom or to my girl and ask her for $20 to get drugs, but I can't go to them for help. So I'm learning how to say, hey, I need some help. Hey, I'm feeling this type of way. Can you help me? And that's kind of where I've been at lately, is just how, take the pride out of this, take the pride and do away with it. I'm 40 years old. I feel like, less than a man if I can't do this on my own. But the fact is I can't. I don't know how to live a life out there. I don't know how to function out there. So my cousin's on board, my girl's on board, my family's on board. My mom has moved her entire life. To try to help not just me, but my family. It's like, I've been here 8 times. It's like, and you're still there? For what? But I'm not gonna give up. Sean, that was the best PO I ever had. They tried to help. I just get overwhelmed and I self-destruct.
Well, I think over the years you've had lots of experiences, negative, some periods of positive. You've done classes, and I think you've been exposed to things that you're familiar with, you need to do. I'd encourage you to continue with that. That's what the board's going to look for moving forward. Objective evidence of positive change, objective evidence that you are in a place to break that cycle. And I think step one is, being honest with yourself about what you want, making a decision to put the effort forth and trying your best and analyzing what's gone wrong. And I'll tell you what, as I'm looking at the file, one thing is absolutely clear to me, and I think should be clear to you, is absconding. If you're granted parole and you abscond almost immediately, that's a straightaway path to where we are right now. And there's really nothing that a supervisor, someone that's there, can do to help you with that. So I'd encourage you to continue working on a plan. If the board does order you to complete a program, focus on those things. Focus on how to make those changes and try to plan for them. So that's my input with that. I do note you had a disciplinary June 7th, 2024 as a B11 in area with drugs or alcohol. Looks like it said you had in your possession medication that did not belong to you. We're attempting to transfer it to someone else in the day room. What happened here? Were you passing pills to someone else?
So in Antelope, in Max, in the new prison, you get single cells. So you have to pass coffee or whatever. Well, when the guy asked me to pass a piece of paper with some ibuprofen or whatever shit in it to somebody else, I did. But when I passed it, it got intercepted by one of the officers. And and it's kind of, I know you say, hey, well, don't pass anything. It's kind of hard in there because it's different in here. You can't, stuff like that makes your time real hard. Like if you're supposed to look out for the next guy or whatever. So, hey, pass a shot of coffee. Hey, can you pass this? you know, this roll is food or whatever to this guy. I don't know what's
Yeah.
in it. He just asked me to pass it. So I pass it, it gets intercepted. It just happened to be whatever pill was in there. And I can't be like, well, that's his. I have, because I say some stuff like that, I'm a dead man. So I have to be, that's mine. Everything, whatever that is, I'm sorry about it, but it's mine. It's just the way it goes.
And you had a disciplinary July 11th, 2025. It says you stole someone else's commissary while you were out in the wreck. What happened here? Did you take someone else's commissary?
I sold some pockets on some shorts for somebody. He owed me a bag of coffee, didn't pay me for 2 weeks. I had the opportunity to, he had 5 bags of coffee. He owed me 2. I took the 2 out of his bag and kicked the rest under his door. He told on me. Gave me theft.
And there's a disciplinary July 22nd, 2024, A06, A19, B05. The report here, it says during a phone call, you gave warnings of impending violence to another individual unless money was paid to another person. There's used threats and coercion to obtain funds from this individual to be paid to a different individual. I think including unauthorized contact to a family member of someone else to engage in these threats. What happened here? What was this? What happened at this incident?
My cellie used my phone pin. I had nothing to do with that.
So you deny any involvement in this?
Yes.
I've read your written submissions, talking about future release. If you were to be granted a release, I've got some notes on that. Want to give you an opportunity today, if you are granted a parole or release, what your plan would be.
Take it slow, first of all. I would surround myself with the family members that are that I talk to on a daily basis, mom, cousin, girl, you know, and work on getting some therapy, some slow therapy. I got a good job to go to. So what I would like to do, I know they give you 36 months on parole. People want to get off parole a lot sooner. I know that like the parole officers want you to get in there and get all your stuff done pretty quick. But like you got 36 months. I'd rather do 36 months out there taking my time than 36 months in here doing this crap. So I would like to work and get comfortable with just being out of this environment. When you go from one extreme to the next, it's a lot to process. Like even just the colors, the smells, the people, it's a lot. It's anxiety, it's overwhelming. So I'd like to just 3 to 6 months, just work, get into some type of therapy, get back on my medication, and then do that, work on my fines, and then slowly, you know, get into whatever the board stipulates, the criminogenic needs, all those things, you know, working on getting my kid, my life back, going to these programs, getting involved. I got a few ideas as far as like motivational speaking. I want to get into, like, I've been doing it's a different type of programming. It's more of meditation and stuff like that I've been doing on my own and on these tablets in here. That's the only thing that's really been helping me. And so find groups and stuff out there that are doing those things. I got a great support group. But my thing is I'm always trying to, within the first 2 weeks, have a car, have a job, have all these things. And it's not realistic. I'm just setting myself up to fail. Communicate more. Stop trying to, you know, take everything on my own. Like it's a lot for everybody. Like ask for help, ask for guidance.
I do note that I reviewed letters of support from a friend of yours, various family members as well, discussing motivation to change, family support, desiring the best for you, desiring for you to make changes to improve your life, etc. I've provided a summary of those things. The board will review those letters of support as they're considering your case. We're just about out of time. With today's hearing, want to give you a chance to make any final statements if you'd like to for the board.
I asked that. I know, like, it's the same song and dance in here. You guys see a lot of stuff all the time. You get a matrix, usually they go with it. I've never seen anybody get less in their matrix. I'm doing the same amount of time as some of these crazy cases, that I've seen with abductions and kidnapping. So I'm doing the same amount of time for drug charges. I'm not downplaying what I did. I know that I take responsibility for my stuff, but I'm asking for I don't want to be this statistic anymore. I don't want to do this. There's more options than just to throw them in here, let them do 38 months. And I get this little program in here, give a little time cut and stuff, but it's damn the time cut. Like I need real professional help. I want to be in an environment and around people that are actually there for help, not for the paycheck or the time. Like the time cut's one thing, but like, this isn't my life, man.
Well, looking in your file, the cycle of domestic violence, the behavior that occurred on this parole, I find concerning. And certainly the write-ups that you have here as well, I think there's work to do to establish some evidence of positive change, of a readiness to be compliant. So I'd encourage you to focus on those things as well. Quickly wanted to just check. My understanding is you're not currently taking any mental health medications. Is that correct?
No, I'm not.
How's your mental health right now, would you say?
I'd say it's pretty good. I mean, I'm sober, I'm healthy, I've been working out and stuff. I'm reading and doing the best that I can. For the most part, I feel like I'm okay. Going through some things, but I think the things right now that are going on are kind of normal. Everybody has their problems, everybody's struggling.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what we discussed at today's hearing into that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board in the next few days. The board makes the ultimate decision. There's 5 of them. They make the decision by majority vote. Sometimes that takes a few days for a decision to be made. It can take a couple weeks to get that decision. We'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Bradshaw, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Hey, one question, man. Like if you're saying you're putting in your notes and stuff to the board, my matrix is 38 months. If you just straight up with me, like what's your recommendation? Above?
I don't state my recommendation on the record. I've been instructed not to. We don't want to set any sort of expectation. Say one thing may happen because ultimately the board does what they deem appropriate. So really the best way from here is I'll submit my report to the board. They'll make that decision, and then we'll notify you within the next couple weeks. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude.